prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Champion of Champions Tour. We are on our 14th series, of course, in Europe. Now it's kind of it, joined by Anthran, who will be here for this series and the series yet to come. For any of you who joined us during the break, we are deep into day 2 of the group stage. Anthran, we're going to be seeing 2 more series and 2 more teams leaving today with a 2-0 record.
I'm loving it because I finally get to first-hand witness, at least in the first series, Spirit Academy for the first time. I have seen these guys bouncing around of a lot of different CCT events. Most notably, I've seen them in almost every playoff bracket of every CCT event they've entered. Now, I get to see them in the Swiss before things get down to that hot part. But on the other end, it's crazy because usually in recent memory, they've been going into series as the favorites. Now, they're the underdogs as they take on Monte, and that's no surprise considering the notoriety they bring to the table. But I don't even know what to say about the Spirit Academy side except being impressed. They went 3-0 in their last group stage. They made it through the closed qualifier here and absolutely dominated everybody there. And even in their first series, it was pretty much a one-sided affair, I guess, beyond the map the Cyber Show took. So what else is there to say that these guys don't have? The only thing they're missing is a big win, but that's because they haven't gotten the opportunity to. The highest level team they've played is either Paravision or Drillers, and both of them were close.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, I think, pretty intense coming into this one. You said both of these teams have been on pretty solid runs, and I think Monte, definitely coming in as the favoured one, just because of their rating being a little bit higher. But yeah, this is an opportunity knocking here, particularly for Spirit Academy, to come through and really stand out. Of course, we're getting into the players in detail in just a second, but we have got some big hitters. From Spirit Academy, of course, we keep an eye to see how they develop, but Monte already have got a very solid team across the board.
I mean, if you want to talk about solid teams, I feel like Spirit Academy have to be in that conversation because it is not lacking whatsoever for them. But first up, nothing surprising, it's Monte, who honestly, you pretty much know him well at this point. And what's crazy is they've all looked insane. From Demka to K, the newest edition, everybody has had their own piece of the pie on this Monte roster, and the only thing missing is maybe a little cohesion. That'll be built up over time as Monte continue to play in these events. They'll get better and better, but it's not even like this roster is missing when it comes to terms of veterancy or talent in the past, because obviously you look at Hades, he had his run in tons of different teams in Tier 1 Counter-Strike. Dia and Krasnol have been knocking on the door, if not have had opportunities in the past. Same with Demka, and even K has been former teammates with half the damn roster. So this has got a very good sound and smell to it. I am not surprised that Monte looks so solid coming into this specific series, but again, on the other hand, it's Spirit Academy, who've been playing with a hot hand for the past couple of months.
Yeah, and of course, the player who's going to take most of the spotlight there is going to be Kyosuke. Of course, we kind of got to get out of the way here just to be able to even talk up the rest of the team. A player whose stats are absolutely incredible across the board. I've not seen many players who are kind of topping out on HLTV his stats, but Kyosuke 100 out of 100 when it comes to firepower. He's an absolute demon and a big part of, I think, why Spirit Academy have been doing so well.
I mean, there's a lot of reasons, right? Kyosuke's being one of them. I think, honestly, these guys are just playing so well together. That's another one of them. It's not even like the games that I've seen, over, just watching in Twitch, that they don't look put together. Like, they look well orchestrated. That's something that's rare, not only for an academy team, but for a team as young as they are. One thing I want to mention is their age average is 17.1. That might be the youngest team I've ever seen at, like, this stage of an event, or even in general. I don't think I could name a team under, like, 18 point something. So the fact is, whether this roster gets a win here or not, there's something to look out for. I mean, there's nothing but a bright future ahead of these guys, and we already know what Spirit have done when it comes to terms of talent and individuals and bringing them up, showing them off, and shipping them out. It's nothing shocking to think maybe one day they go onto the main Spirit roster.
Oh, for sure. As you're saying, you know, 3 16-year-olds on the squad is just amazing stuff. Given as well, yeah, they got to the playoffs in the previous series, losing out to Power Vision there. So we're expecting to see big things from them here, and if they can take the win off Monte, that would be absolutely massive for them going forward. You mentioned, you know, it's not just the Kyosuke show. We've got, you know, good supporting players. I think, I don't know if we mentioned Mokujin already. Very good entry player. We're certainly, you know, in terms of what Kyosuke does really well, is more focused around the entry side of things. So I'm expecting to see the Spirit Academy roster trying to come into this one very, very aggressively and trying to overwhelm Monte if they can.
I mean, there's a lot of different ways they can go about doing this. I think if they want to go and keep their guns about them, that's not even that bad of a strategy. But we'll shift into the veto, see where we end up landing, because there's an interesting map pool afoot. I believe you mentioned in the pregame that it's a pretty solid one for Spirit Academy. I mean, I like pretty much everything on this board, especially when you consider the maps they're good at and the maps they aren't necessarily as strong on. It's surprising to think something like Nuke is one of their best maps, considering how like insane the individuals are on this team. And not saying that that's going to go to detriment you on this map, but something like Anubis, Mirage, Dust 2, that's what I would be expecting a little more of. But hey, it works, it works. And now even on the other end, I would imagine they had a good Anubis, and I thought that's where we'd shift, but instead, it's Vertigo. So what makes this really interesting is you have got right off the bat 2 of Spirit Academy's very best maps. Even though they don't have the most in-depth reps on a map like Vertigo, they've still won every single one they've been tested on.
Yeah, it's kind of wild here. As we're talking about, you know, these two teams, very similar map pools. I think both of them having Inferno as their primary ban has really opened up the beginning to try and send us towards one of the 3 maps. Okay, so in this series, which I don't think we'd be able to say nearly ever before, Spirit Academy have got winning streaks on every single map we're going to be playing here in this series.
I mean, I think at this point, looking at this veto specifically, it's just Spirit Academy favored. Like, I'm almost starting to feel like an upset might be brewing. Just thinking about this in my head, just breaking it down. Because if Monte go about, like, DMing their way into a potential win, maybe start off with a smidge of disrespect and give the early, like, momentum to Spirit Academy, I don't think that's going to work. I think they're going to get outgunned. When it comes to terms of cohesion, I do expect to see some messy play from Monte at some stages of this game. And then you've got the vetoes and the way they've shifted entirely into the favor of Spirit Academy. Maybe Mirage a little less so, but the fact is you're still going best map to second best map to third best map in a row. Like, this almost feels like it has got everything going for Spirit Academy. In fact, I would go as far as saying there won't be a better looking series for upset potential if you're looking to punch above the belt than this one.
No, I'm absolutely with you there. I mean, it's worth saying from the Monte side of things, as we will get onto Nuke, that Monte certainly are no slouches on any of the maps involved. I think the big one that kind of stood out here was Ancient not getting through there. It's the only map Monte are really, really great on, and losing out on Anubis with that first ban. I think just the consequence of both teams refusing to play on Inferno just means Spirit Academy were able to sneak that one through and avoid what would have been one of the worst maps.
We're about to find out. Maybe more than meets the eye, because, I don't know, I'm a little worried about the way this is shifted out for Monte, but it's a slow start for Spirit. Just waiting in lobby, basic util set, and I'd imagine as soon as they get a little bit of a look they're wanting, it'll be no holds barred into this A site. That, or just waiting for Robo to line up the utility, it seems like they're ready.
Alright, in comes the charge Mokujin. Of course, all the players we're looking out for to get those big performances. But Monte, they're holding their ground pretty well, and their unfiltered aggression seems like it might have run into a wall. No, Robo with a double. K, last one standing.
They're just going to leave him one-on-one. He knows that this lobby flank is coming, and he knows he's already come through ramp, but where? How about suspicion now turns toward Mini as he sees nothing deep in lobby, and it's just a waiting game. The bomb right in K's grasp, starting to feel a bit uncomfortable, turns a little bit. I don't think he sees the barrel, but he certainly sees the shoulder on a Jiggle like that. A 1v1, does he take it? Apparently so. As they both dance around the squeaky door, drops straight down the vents and says the lower sight's a better target.
I do like that as well. Robo, you can very much see he's got command of the situation. The plant is good, and here comes the fight. Robo again using the doors to his advantage and gets the kill as well. Great start here for Spirit Academy, just saying. They're looking for the upset, and that was some beautiful play from Robo.
You couldn't really ask for more out of him. I literally said going into this game, you leave the individuals to each other, and I honestly think Spirit Academy might just come out on top. It's a great way to start it, and I'm sure Spirit are loving all of it. It's a T-sided pistol. I like to talk about the unsung liberty of this map. And with how CT-sided it feels like it can be at times, getting the pistol is such a big deal as a T-side, especially in the first half. This is going to guarantee you 2, maybe 3 rounds, so long as you can hold it down. And of course, 5 at the MP9 of Dia has other intentions.
Yeah, that was real nice. That's a good amount of money back in the bank, and we're down to 3-on-3. Spirit Academy maintain control on the outside. If they give up the ground here, they're giving up the guns as well. Looks like they are going to back out, and if Monte realize, they should be able to go in and resupply, at least get a couple of decent, get back their SMG, or get a couple of rifles for the round.
Still have these 5.7s. I'm a little alarmed at how much they gave up early outside. Yeah, that's an advantage that I don't think ever's going to turn back away. Good damage. I'll give it up there. And originally my thought was maybe you lose this as Monte. You just go into a save. But 4 kills, I feel like that's something you can't ignore. You had a couple frags from the MP9 of Dia. 3,700 ain't no small feat. And yeah, they're just going to double dip right back in.
I think that illustrates for us really well what this series is going to be like. Spirit Academy, they've got a lot of potential, but Monte, they have been on a hell of a run. They're incredibly dangerous, and if Spirit Academy ever take one step more than they need to take, Monte are going to be all over them.
Well, now I think Spirit Academy realize how deadly of a round this could be. Not actually understanding yet of if it's a force or not, but they can have their suspicions. Kind of lead them into ramp where K is ready and waiting on an off angle. 1 on the MP9 isn't the most ideal, but it's set up for Dia to add to an advantage. And as they're in a 3-on-4, I think they're just going to sit pretty with ramp control.
Yeah, so far so good. But Kyosuke getting the kill back on Hades brings it back to even. Monte, they've got the half buy for this round. The SMG's coming in. They're hoping to be able to steal away maybe a little bit more equipment. Monte definitely playing the long game here on Nuke. As much as Spirit Academy have got the early rounds, Monte are still putting up a hell of a fight.
They're lucky that it was the scout drop instead of any other weapon if you're Monte here. I feel like you need the rifles in a situation like this. There's no way they reroute to late round outside, right? Well, I guess they do. Or not. No, okay. I thought I saw them shifting away from lobby instead. It is back into the A site, which currently is only guarded by Dia.
Alright, I mean, he's got the team's rifle, so maybe he can hold ground long enough. The rest of the squad, yeah, down there at ramp, moving back in, but they're going to be too late on this play. Dia gets spotted, does get one, but gets his goose cooked by our Karen, which means Monte have to retake with the 2 SMGs, and with the plant being made, I think this one is done.
Depends. That kill could have changed the standings, but nah, not really. Now it's Krasnal. 1v2 from the heavens above, and it's a nice double swing to keep Spirit Academy in the running. Now, these rounds continue to be close, so I wouldn't be surprised if they keep just trying to push back this save until eventually one slides their way.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Spirit Academy, so thank our friends from Hellcase, you can check them out below our stream. But yeah, Spirit Academy, they've been taking the hits. They certainly don't have a ton of money in the bank, and yeah, Monte, you've been picking up those SMG kills as well, so they are cruising their way through, and you're exactly right. We're pretty much the same situation as before. Just going to be bringing out a little bit of firepower from the Monte side and hoping they can catch or do as much damage to Spirit Academy with as least resources as possible.
I'm surprised to continuously see so much aggression when it comes to terms of buying. But honestly, they're going to go for a full investment in the next round. Now that I take a second look at this purchase from Monte, I actually kind of like it. Got an SMG, actually two of them, Krasnal and Dia both wielding. And any extra cash should be appreciated. If maybe a UMP or an MP9 can get 2 kills in this round, by some miracle, you could probably throw an op to Hades early on.
Yeah, I mean, this still feels like it's a... You can tell by the way Spirit Academy are moving here. They're very, very aware of how deadly Monte can be, even without the full loadout. They're very cautiously making the approach in. And, yeah, Dem will get dropped. We're seeing the site being attacked from multiple different angles. No chances being taken here for Monte to sneak anything through. K will get 1, but it's not like the other rounds. We're not seeing the 4Ks we were seeing from before.
No, this one's a lot more one-handed in the favor of Spirit Academy, and that's huge. Like I was talking about earlier, I briefly mentioned that Unsung Liberty. Here it is again. You're now 4-0 on the T side, in which you're playing a map where you're only expected 4 or 5 rounds in this half. So the fact is, you go this entire half with 1 more round, and you're smooth sailing onto your CT side. Just mentally, I mean, you feel great about it.
Oh, for sure. I mean, as we come into this round, you were calling out the AWP coming in for Hades. That will be the case. So, Monte, they're a little light on utility, but they've got everything else they need. They've done very well with a little. So, hold out with the... Oh, K gonna hold the ground there. The first kill is going to be such a huge difference maker.
I'm shocked K is still sitting behind this smoke because I think he understands just how important it is for him to not fall. He knows Spirit Academy, if they get that kill, they're not afraid to just go in through a smoke and take their risks of trading out that frag. Monte need to show them respect.
Slowing things down. 1 minute 15 left on the clock. Monte. Now, economically as well, this is going to be hugely important. Spirit Academy still holding a ton of utility in hand. They're running down the clock here in a way which we haven't really seen them do before. I'm curious to see what the eventual plays, or the eventual commit is going to be.
I love this slowdown. Spirit Academy, they've dictated the mid-round in almost every single one that we've seen thus far. So, just gather information. Whether it be good for this round or good for the future, one of them will be true. Now they realize it's very passive for Monte. It is the respect I mentioned earlier, but maybe a little too much. Nobody keeping tabs on outside, even with the inclusion of an op in this round. You talked Kyosuke up coming into this map, and for good reason, because he instantly has 2 openers now. The rebuttal is the bomb dropped in lobby. It's 17 seconds. Time is their greatest enemy, and that causes them to lose their first round.
Some involuntarily spine surgery from Hades. And I think this is, yeah, with the first round coming in here from Monte, I certainly, as that round was going, I had my doubts whether it was a good idea from Spirit Academy to make their play in, because before, like, you know, the play we're seeing developing here on A, this is almost a repeat of the previous round, and they didn't run the clock down before doing that before. If anything, it felt like that played more into Monte's hands, that Spirit Academy had to be more straightforwardly aggressive.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised it goes so downhill in the very final stages, but hey, one lacking clear over in vending is what causes it. Now you've got the Hades off to worry about. Aggressive outside. They didn't keep tabs last time. This one seems like they're ready to control the pace.
Yeah, I think that's a really nice bit of aggressive opening there. Hades is definitely known as a player good at getting those opening kills, and I think if you're trying to throw cold water over Spirit Academy, who of course don't have very much equipment in this round anyway, getting that first kill in, showing you that you're going to try and push Spirit Academy around, ideally for the rest of the half, but Mokujin, that single rifle gets the single kill and maybe opens the door.
I don't think I've ever seen a team that I'm so confident in with a hero buy. If any team I've ever watched, this one makes the most sense. And you already see it. Mokujin's AK's already had its impact. It's already been felt in the round, and it's not done yet. I love the way they play around it, because these pistols are only looking to be a meat shield. They're going to open that door, make all the noise for him, and hopefully not get lined up. But they try to get down the vents, and it's a tale as old as time. Stuck inside of the smoke, they get mowed down, and it seems there's no dice for the AK past the first.
Alright, so far so good for Monte. they can get the round win when they have the equipment advantage. So it's the one rifle, the one kill. For Spirit Academy, they're going to be bringing the AWP into this round, so they're definitely making overtures towards trying to get even more rounds in the half. As we look back on this one, we can see not the best showing from Spirit Academy, but a solid attempt.
Now we get to see what these rifles do again. And the AWP on ALTERNATE. That's surprising. But hey, why not? Try to get that out, try to do some damage early. Great push from Monte, fully taking the fight in single.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing this from multiple rounds in a row now for Monte. Going in, being aggressive at the beginning, and then falling back into regular formation. I think it's a great way to throw off your opponent's game plan. As we do see, they have managed to get the blind kill onto Robo. That's a second kill without reply. Two Monte members, Krasnal and Dika, both are wounded, but Monte can rotate them out and make sure that you don't have to take on any face-on fights for the rest of the round.
They don't have any control here. I mean, lost the fight in lobby, that goes awry. Lost the fight outside, that goes awry. Spirit Academy, now where do you go with this? You got Kyosuke down B, so maybe just a little bit of leniency. That's not really going to be secured until somebody gets a kill back or forces Hades off at the angle like they have. Now Krasnal's next up. He holds the line well. Superstar down.
Last chance for Spirit Academy to make something happen. Mokujin, the secondary carry for the squad, does get clear out the site. Moving with speed, but maybe a little bit too much. Monte shut things down again. I mean, I think we're starting to see a little bit more from Spirit Academy here, but it still feels like Monte are dictating the pace and have been for the last 3 rounds.
Yeah, it is night and day. And you know what? I even love this timeout from Spirit Academy. It feels like I'm only talking about them, but dude, like, all of this is so good. But at the same time, it's not to say there's been lack of creativity from Monte. In fact, this round was brilliant. I love it, because it's a note straight out of their book from at least what we saw. In fact, I don't really know if I've ever seen somebody do like looking like a full exec in Squeaky, and then just go take a fight. Raw.
Well, I mean, coming out of that round, we've got Spirit Academy being pushed down economic a little bit. And as we're expecting this, well, what I'm hoping we get to see for Spirit Academy here is, of course, we are getting deeper into the group stages. This is the end of round 2. One of these two teams will have the 2-0 record going forward from this point. But I want to see Spirit Academy on this round in particular giving us something more than we might see otherwise. I want to be surprised. I want to see some steals. I want to see Spirit Academy make something happen.
That's not going to be it. What a shot from Hades, dude. Criminal on the silo, and they're going to keep testing him. I don't know if this is a good idea. Sypho, I would advocate going elsewhere. He's lucky to walk away with his life.
And the nades, of course, being as well, just to make sure. I don't know about this for Spirit Academy. They don't have the utility. They don't have any way to get across, but Dem does get dropped. I mean, Spirit Academy, they've got little to lose. They're going to be going and, as you said, testing Hades again. Monte seem like they're ready for them. The rifle is grabbed, but immediately taken away. Krasnal with 2 more. And we're still fishing for kills.
Oh.
Two back. I don't know if we call that a decent round for Spirit Academy or not.
No, it is, because they're about to get a bomb plant on B.
Wait, they are?
I don't know how, in the middle of all of this, that nobody was even in the realm of this lower site. So, Robo on 16 health has just stolen away a plant. Okay, jump spotting. 1 more kill. Absolutely diabolical. You cannot allow this Deagle to find more. You can't give it any more damage, but you do. Krasnal's head thrown off his body. And Monte, they're awarded a 4th round, but it comes at a hefty cost.
Wow. I mean, everything we're looking for from a kind of round like that is just to be Spirit Academy saying we've got little to lose, so we're going to throw something at the wall here and see if it sticks. I think that's a big warning sign again, as much as Monte did it to Spirit Academy. That now we're back on the buy again. If Spirit Academy can bring that spirit from the previous round in here, we can see that win streak being broken on Monte's part.
Yeah, they've had enough of This underdog up-and-coming team, Spirit Academy, been so sharp lately. Oh. Ooh, that's not amazing. I mean, hey, it's against AK, so I guess it's not the end of the world. A little lump tap to 80s. Could come back to bite maybe a smidge. Dude, look at this aggression, though. Monte won't let them breathe.
I mean, this is what's worked for Monte so well. I have to imagine Spirit Academy are going to start adjusting to this as the map and the series goes on, but this early aggression, there seems to be enough variety here. The Spirit Academy caught off guard, pushing all the way out into lobby. I don't think
hey.
Spirit Academy keep getting surprised. There keeps being more and more tricks in the bag.
It's just, it's so fluid. It's keeping them so far on their toes that Spirit Academy are paranoid to move past basic map control that they should have by default. They're worried about these ramp pushes. They're worried about outside aggression. They're worried about lower aggression. And you don't really know what to keep your eyes trained on or what to take.
I think this is like, it's almost an education that Monte are giving Spirit Academy here. As you said, you know, show that there's so many different ways Monte can be approaching this. Krasnov, eyes in the back of his head, picks up to Spirit Academy. It's starting to feel like they're in panic mode as Kyosuke's left as the last one standing versus 5 surviving Monte members.
You know, I mentioned the advantage you get when you pick up 4 rounds, but what I didn't mention is the advantage you get when you might take 8 in a row to close out the half. At least that's the pace Monte are on currently, but I would suspect Spirit Academy call another timeout within the next round or two just to really discuss what's going so cataclysmic, because at this point, it's a completely different game within these last 4 rounds. Oh, rather 5, because it's Monte on fire and Spirit Academy kind of left questioning.
It feels very telling we're seeing Kyosuke. I mean, I think, you know, we've got the whole story laid out here before us. Kyosuke is an absolute, you know, killing machine. Anywhere he goes, Monte players die, but Monte in this round, they've just removed every other player on the Spirit Academy roster, and they've left Kyosuke in a position where it doesn't matter how deadly he is, if he can't complete these rounds by himself, if the rest of his team get cut down early.
I mean, there's only so much you can really ask one man to do. But it's not even like there's no combat when it comes to individualism. If we take a look at both teams right now, there's a bar-for-bar match with Kyosuke just a little more silent. Krasnov in the past few rounds has stepped up big time. Hades has looked good instantly on the op, or at least he's had his moments already, which is quite the big deal. CT side nuke, it's nothing new to say that you want to play against where the op is. If you can find out and identify where that op is, you quite literally want to go the other direction. But the way he's played is so well that he's finding his impact within the first 10, 20, 30 seconds. Spirit Academy are barely set up. They don't have anything equipped to go for a quick rotation to the other side of the map. Fight ramp when they see him outside. Fight outside when they see him ramp. It's so quick.
Yeah, I mean, all credit to Krasnov. We've on the Monte roster, we've got a huge amount of experience, as we mentioned in the pre-show. Krasnov, I think, one of the less experienced players on the roster, but definitely showing his caliber here. He belongs amongst the big names. Huge exchange of early utility. Spirit Academy, they really need that opening damage, but instead they're the ones getting trimmed. About 1 full player's worth of HP lost in the initial exchange of fire and utility.
And again, Spirit, they try to take some space and they're shut down quickly. So now what's the reroute? Well, it's either into the welcoming arms of Demka spamming through his smoke, or outside where, guess what? At least Hades isn't there. But you also don't really have many advantages. Dia is just spotting everything. He got 2 last round. And they're okay with you taking outside control. That's why they put so much pressure on ramp and lobby. But Spirit are reading onto this time round. They have a good setup to counteract the push.
Oh,
so I thought.
Boy. Yeah, I mean, we've got the pieces coming together here, but Monte again with the aggressive push out into lobby. They seized the early advantage in the initial exchange. Spirit Academy got reduced down to multiple weakened members, and what I'm not seeing here, which I think is the big problem, is it feels like there's a lack of inspiration on what Spirit Academy are doing. They're just running into a wall and letting Monte push them around.
It's starting to get dire here. Do not want to be giving away 8 rounds in a row to a Monte team looking this on fire. But I don't really know if they have a choice at this rate. They've got, what, a couple pistols? Not even a hero AK for Kyosuke? Individuals are only going to get you so far, man, but when Monte starts shooting back, you got to start showing some resilience.
Alright, Spirit Academy, show us something for this, well, coming into the second half. I'd like to, honestly, given that Monte have been very good at getting these early exchanges, I'd like to see Spirit Academy doing some more of what we saw before, throwing things at the wall, but instead, Diha gets the first kill. Spirit Academy, they do move at speed down to B. You're praising Monte for the ability to get around the place quickly. Spirit Academy make their commits, and now they're on the way.
Oh my
God.
He just hit 2 headshots with 2 bullets at the end of his spray. Dude, it doesn't get more unfortunate than that. Spirit Academy are being dismantled down the stretch. And Psycho doesn't even know where to go with this. I mean, what? Do you walk out A and get mowed down by the defenders there? Do you walk outside, take a long-range duel against maybe an op? Do you walk down mid, or at least try? Well, the answer is, doesn't matter. Because eventually, you're going to meet fate. That says it's another flawless round for Monte. If I'm not mistaken, that's back-to-back.
Oh boy, yeah, I mean, it was absolutely, it's astounding stuff you said. The 8 rounds in a row seems very realistic, and looking across the kill counts here as well, Krasnok and Diha, all with 11 so far. They're firing on all cylinders. You compare that to what Spirit Academy are doing. Kyosuke, yeah, Mokujin, 2 players we're expecting to do well for Spirit Academy are doing that, but across the rest of the squad, particularly Sypho and Akaran, they're just not finding their feet so far here on Nuke.
Well, maybe now they can end it off on a high note. Stunting this momentum would be huge going into that second half. But it's been a good ride to see Monte play with a disadvantage. Now I'm interested to see where they take that, and they brought it back. Well, this is looking a little worrisome with Hades still posted up from hell. I told you, man, Impact is this guy's middle name, and it leaves it to a 1v2 attempt for Alcaran. This op, it's not been seen more than, like, what, once, twice? It's not had the amount of success you'd like for an opper. After the bomb, though, is a little too hot, and it gives it right back to Monte. They lost the first kill. They lost the first duel, and yet still they come away with the round.
I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, it can be such a crushing thing to be as in Spirit Academy squad and saying, you know, as we were saying, if we can just get that first kill and everything's going to turn around for us. You talk about the possibility of Spirit Academy, you know, doing a palette cleanse at the end of the round, but to get the first kill and then lose again is the opposite of that, doubling down on Monte's domination. And I mean, yeah, I don't even want to see that kill again.
Oh, I mean, it's a hard pill to swallow, right? Because Robo gets that trade on Dia and holds the 4-on-3. But shot to the smoke, you're to blame, Hades. Right back, they find themselves, and from that point forward, it's just trading it out, making good moves for Monte. This T-pistol could be literally everything, it feels. At least for this map, because you can't stop him here. I don't know if you're stopping the AKs.
Oh, and it's a good start for Spirit Academy, so first objective achieved, second objective achieved. Okay, Spirit Academy, it might be a little bit late, but a palette cleanser is so desperately needed. This is, bear in mind, Spirit Academy's map pick. As Monte come in aggressively, I don't think there's any way they win that one. And Spirit Academy make it out with 4.
Hey, the backbone of a pistol round is big plays from big players. And of course, we see them all get involved for Spirit Academy. Much, much needed. Finally, a halt to Monte, showing them they are human and there is chinks in the armor to exploit if they're allowed. So, seems like Spirit Academy will be hot to trot again in the first portions of this. But at the same time, with no plant, it's a full save for Monte. So yeah, 6 will be given over. But the real test comes in the next, when those rifles come out, dictating whether or not we see Spirit legitimately contend. Ooh! 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 I love that from Demka!
The calculated disrespect. And it's almost a second kill as well. We thank our friends from Hellcase. We come into our second half. Spirit Academy get the win, but Monte, a statement round from them.
That was clean. Even though Monte don't come away with more than that kill, oh, that's rent-free. That's rent-free. But as I said, and as I'll stick by, this is where the test truly begins of this CT side.
You pointed out before, Karen is the big one who stands out for me. I mean, Sypho got the 3K before, so he has stepped up where he wasn't present before. Karen, though, you know, he's got a hugely expensive loadout and just not been getting the kills. But you compare directly across with Hades on Monte's side, and it's night and day. Early exchange, though, we don't see too much damage being done.
No, not really. Maybe Monte awaiting aggression from Spirit Academy. They're no strangers to it, but they are maybe a stranger too. It's the Alcarin op. Mentioned not really talking about it on that offense, even at fucking points in the end. But obviously that's going to change when it comes to defensive play, and Robo seems to change too.
Okay. Yeah, so this is looking the same as the previous round. Even with Monte having bought into this one, the result doesn't seem to be any different. Spirit Academy, I think with Monte coming to them, dealing so much better, and I think we could be, no, not looking at a clean round, but still a very good round for Spirit Academy nonetheless. What?
Hold on though, because as soon as we say that, it starts to implode. But at the end of the day, 4 HP, man. Are you really going to pull this off? Doubt it. Sypho is creeping close, and whilst he hasn't had the hottest of games, still good enough for a play like that. So, maybe more bite to this dog than initially bred onto coming into the second half. But now it's Monte's turn to start talking things over, start calling timeouts, start thinking about where they want to take this. Because again, no plant, you're saving. Hades has already shown it for us, but I'd imagine that's going to get sold. You don't want to go just tossing away rounds and potentially a lead just for the hell of it.
I do want to call out K, though, coming out of that previous round. He has got history with Hades playing on in the 9 roster, I believe, for around a year or so. I mean, we talked a lot about how Hades has been doing well, but K's been pulling out some incredibly clutch performances, especially when the team really need him to save a round.
I mean, it's hard to predict any of them, so I'm not even going to bother taking a guess. But I'm surprised they've gone for this heavy of a buy. Dia and Hades are both on low margins of money. So I'd imagine there's at least something in their heads here for an exec or a bomb plant. That feels like it's the bottom line when you purchase this much. So it's a game of denial for Spirit Academy, and utility saving is the name of it. Volleys fly at their toes. The early stage of it's pretty damn good. In fact, almost everything you used from Monte, and they get nowhere.
The Spirit Academy giving that level of respect. I think maybe anticipating a level of shenanigans here from Monte. You said, you know, got the armor, your Tech 9s, and moving in as a squad. Sypho has generally been one of the weaker players up until this point, where we tasked with the defense. He does manage to get the first kill in and fade away just in time, handing across to Kyosuke. Current as well, getting another one in, and it's a single casualty on Spirit Academy side. Looks like Monte's gambit, whatever it was, is not going to pay out.
Hey man, this is the risk you run when you purchase like that. If they do defend it early on, if they do hold on to their utility and molly you out, then kinda just SOL. You needed a plant. So, didn't get it, and look where it's gotten you. In quite the dire strait. Now, I still imagine there's a purchase to be had, but it'll be missing things. You've got Hades on a Khalil instead of an AK, and Dia's probably in the same boat. Either that, or you're missing a whole belt of utility.
I do wonder, so last time in our first half it was the 4 rounds and then immediately switching to the streak that lasted the rest of the half. I imagine Monte are going to try for the same thing here, but I'm curious to see what their approach will be, because so far Spirit Academy, they feel like they've gotten the read of what Monte are doing pretty damn well. The defensive play around ramp in particular has been good, but Robo will get clocked with some early damage, so maybe Monte can get that first kill that can be so incredibly swingy.
I don't know what to say. Denka, he speaks with his AK instead of just mere words. Good kill down lower. I don't really know if Spirit Academy know how to react to this because kind of a lot of isolation. Mokujin, straight on K, not as much free territory, and maybe even less. Almost throwing the round back in Spirit Academy's hands, but still an opportunity arises now.
Really holding my breath. As you said, this is the turning point round. Some good kills back in from Spirit Academy. That still made this much more of an open question. The push in at the same time, and Cypher, right place, right time. He's round the corner. Krasnod's last one left standing. The plant will be good, but I don't think Krasnod's going to have a good position to reposition. The smoke covers his escape. Robo has saved things before. Krasnod moving back off of sight.
Can't be giving this away. You can't be letting Spirit take another. It's all set up. It's all well orchestrated. There's so many different ways to win this round, and I even thought for a moment Krasnod was going to go for the stab. But that's crazy. I just realized he had one bullet in that AK. Missed that. Round's done.
It's all you need. It's all Krasnod needed. Just took the breath and said, perfection. Alright. So all Monte need to do is not lose from here on out, and then we'll have a mirrored half. Spirit Academy, they've been doing really well here on their CT side. aTTaX starting to step up for the squad, and we're seeing the full buy coming back in. So for Monte, this is still very far from a done deal.
Yeah, I mean, that last round should show you that there is resilience in Spirit Academy, even in these losing rounds. But we also saw what happened last half when the momentum got interrupted and when Spirit Academy stopped winning them so handedly. So maybe different side, but same story, who's to know. For now, Mokujin's looking for an answer at the top of HUD. Nothing yet shown, but early signs point to outside, maybe crunch to A. Though I doubt it's anything off spawn.
Oh boy, way to see that fast kill land. Both teams, you can just see twitching backwards and forwards. They're trying to make sure they keep their eye in. Hades round the corner, looking for his opposite number. But no, find Cypher, the AWP is still in play. But Monte have been granted access to the B site, and I don't know if Spirit Academy can stop them.
I don't even know if it's worth going for. Kyosuke's just lost his life, so at this point, you're potentially throwing guns into the abyss. aTTaX's looking for an opportunity to salvage this. Same with the Robo, who's just again put them back to a 3-on-3. There is no reroute in store to A. You have to stick to this lower site.
And if there was a moment to see it step up, as K will find Robo on the way in. aTTaX is still near the site. It's got still a chance to get the pick off. That'll bring us back to even. Mokujin hit down to half. You can see aTTaX just trying to spot the Monte movers, but as Hades finds Mokujin on the way in, I don't think aTTaX has got the firepower to turn this anymore.
No, I'm not surprised to see him turn tail and run. And again, this is where the alarms start to ring, right? You give a lot. Oh, you even getting away with this? Wow, you are. Nice shot, Hunt K. Wanted that, Hunt. Stretched a little too far, but the fact that Hades gets that AWP opener is kind of insane, right? Because it's not even aTTaX swinging that angle from heaven. It's just one of his teammates going for a full commitment on a peek above the outside smokes, and Hades, right place, right time, finds himself head over heels a easy opener that pretty much wins them the round. You see everybody on Spirit start to shift when that player falls in heaven. Somebody's got to address the threat outside. Somebody's got to go pick up his spot in hell. Somebody's got to pick up that gap that's now about to come through in A. And everybody moves into uncomfortable spots.
There's very little comfort to be found for Spirit Academy. They've got this salvaged AWP, but that's pretty much it. See Hades, eager to look for that early kill. So that's the AWPer, and the AWP down will be salvaged by Robo, but we'll just have to see how good their secondary AWPing will be. Not as good as Hades, apparently.
It's just going to be a DM-esque round. Spirit Academy, there's not really much else you can say. And you're only looking at one more really good rifle before you've got to kiss Nuke goodbye.
Oh boy. Something I'm really loving to see from Monte is we see Cypher left in the position we've seen Spirit Academy multiple times on this map. Just one player left standing, but from Monte's side, I love seeing their formational play when they were making the play towards outside before. How well they were able to cover each other. There was just such, you could tell there was such absolute trust that a teammate had their back. They didn't even need to look in, you know, any more than one direction at a time.
And that's like the difference between a tier 1-esque team like Monte and somebody on the cusp like Spirit Academy. At least that's what their results potentially say. It's just those little things. The trust, the chemistry, and then those small details. Knowing when to look where for a flash. Knowing when you want to be spacing with your teammate. Knowing how close you want to be with him so you can ensure a trade, but also not line up. That's what separates teams like this, and when it comes down the stretch, those are the differences that are going to win you games and win you maps.
This is a must-win map for Spirit Academy. They're on a 6-map winning streak. This is the map with, or at least one of the maps with their strongest performances on, so they can't beat out Monte here. We have to wonder what the rest of the series will look like. This will be one of their 3 winning streaks on the line here on Nuke, and with this round, if this goes against them, Monte will have everything they need to put this one to bed.
This is kind of the ultimatum for Spirit Academy early on. Now, as much as I am starting to lose faith in this map, there is still obviously the backbone of going into Vertigo, then going into Mirage. It's still very, very good odds for Spirit moving forward. So that doesn't change. The only thing that does is the map count. And that even isn't a guarantee just yet, because they've got a pretty decent response to this. Kioske waiting for his opportunity to come up from Secret, and if there's one flash, this whole round could come undone.
See that K is low on HP as well. Onto good control of the outside, but Agrin swings out the rest of the team. Move at speed. Kratzl Hay gets 2 back. Lovely push forward, and you can see again the formational play coming through. This line of players. We're down to 2 Spirit Academy members left. Robo finds the flank though. That could become 2 on 2 very quickly. Robo last one standing, and it's all into the darts.
Misdirection, the main theme of that round. Whereas everywhere you look, there's a second player in the most unexpected angle. You saw them taking fights outside. Guess what? Krasnell's just jumped through a hell smoke. You thought you dealt with him? Guess what? There's another in CT spawn waiting for you to peek. It's just amazing for Monte. And with tricks like that, not a shock at all to see them sitting up 12-8. And with our first map point, they'll have 4 chances to get Nuke out of their minds.
Honestly, with Spirit Academy having been on the win streak here on Nuke, I would say, if anything, Monte have given them a gift here, which is to show that there will, of course, always be teams that are better than you on the places that you think are the most favoured. And I think Monte have definitely delivered a masterclass on Nuke play here. The Spirit Academy, I'm sure, will be learning and studying from going forwards as they drop the first 2 kills. Monte, they've got 2 wounded members out of their 5 remaining, but the final step seems to be here. We're not seeing Spirit Academy making the moves they would need to turn this.
Got a couple low players, but that's not going to help you. Alcarin isn't ready for them to be in Ram. It's so silent. It's so sneaky. Spirit, they can't even imagine it up. Now what? 2 on 5? Sypho on an MP9? Mokajin on a FAMAS? Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think you might want to start cooking up a pistol strategy for Vertigo, because this one is over. Maybe a difference with a accidental missed smoke on the windows, but yeah, at the same time, it's just, what are you really gonna do? Walk through the smoke, go through the double doors, just forget about it. We gotta take it to Vertigo if we want to see a fighting chance from Spirit Academy. But a great look from Monte.
I just glanced at the final stats coming out of that one. Monte, we talked about the firing all cylinders. They had a spread of 3, I believe, from the least fragging to the most fragging member of the squad.
That's
so
insane.
That is absolutely nuts. Again, you know, Team Spirit, I think they're learning a harsh lesson as their 6-map winning streak on Nuke comes to a close. Vertigo still to play. Spirit Academy have never lost there in 5 times. We'll have to see and throughout whether or not another lesson will be delivered.
It all depends, man. I mean, dude, there's so many different things they need to address. Again, they would win the pistol, they'd win the next 3, and then as soon as momentum stopped, everything went out the window. What we got to see from Spirit Academy is better mid-rounds and better playing against aggression, playing against momentum, because when it was Monte's game, when we started to see that shift, they could never turn it around. They were always playing right into Monte's hands. So, as you said, we've only got potentially one more locked in. Vertigo, it has to look different, or we'll be seeing Spirit Academy in the 1-on-1 after this break.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Welcome back everyone to the Champion of Champions Tour. We are getting to the second game of our third series here today. I'm here with Anthran, and Anthran, we didn't know quite what to expect coming into this one between Spirit Academy and Monte, but Monte delivering a pretty harsh lesson on the first map pick. Spirit Academy's nuke, their win streak, they're one of their two win streaks broken.
Yeah, it's hard because you go into that game and Spirit, on paper, should potentially just be outgunning Monte, but it felt like down the stretch that didn't actually come true. When the AWP came out, when the rifles came out, it felt like it was all Monte all game. And it's even more alarming that it was 13-8 when you consider both pistols were won by Spirit Academy. So without those in mind, what does that entail? What does that game look like? Is it even more of a stomp? Is it like worse for one reason or another? I have no idea. But now we shift into Vertigo with that in mind, and you almost wonder, are the pistols going to determine whether Spirit even stay contentious in this series? Because as our current, track record goes, the answer is yes.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid observation to bring up here, because, yeah, it's been some Spirit Academy, yeah, the pistol round and the 3 rounds to follow. But Monte's performance across the board has been absolutely astounding. We were talking about before, the kill spread across the team has just been nightmarishly good. You know, Demka and Krasnal up at the top there with their performances, but the rest of the team, they're all doing incredibly well.
I mean, it's everybody on both sides doing incredibly well, honestly. Even though Spirit Academy only ended up winning 8 rounds, I can't still, it's necessarily discount how the individuals looked. I don't really think we saw much of Alcaren, which I'd like to change, or at least I'd like to see that change on Vertigo. But beyond that, Mokujin, Kyosuke, Robo, they all had really big moments in this map, and I was a little disappointed to not see it get taken a bit further. Now, the one leverage, or at least leeway for Alcaren, is the fact that going into Vertigo, there is still a heavy AWP presence to be had on that map. In fact, this whole series could be ruled by the AWPs, so we're going to find out if he can change around his story just a little bit.
Yeah, a big proving ground here, Alcaren. I think we definitely did start to see Alcaren building up some momentum as that last map came to a close, but never really got the chance to make the full transition from a more invisible player to one that is going to take front and center. Certainly, based on what we saw in the previous map, Mokujin, Kyosuke, they were the front runners as we expected coming in. Kyosuke in particular, getting in some good work, but Mokujin just edging him out in terms of overall performance. Those two we keep close eyes on. The Spirit Academy will be run into. Both teams are wrecking balls. Both teams are 2-0 machines. The dualies picked up by Diha, and immediately Spirit Academy being blown away. The gust of wind sends their spirits into the sky, and Vertigo's first round isn't even going to be a little bit close. Alcaren the one who needs to prove himself, the last one standing, will hop up and across. You need that single kill, the proving ground, but no, it's not to be found. And in fact, he'll be the one cut down. A clean round and a pistol streak broken from Spirit Academy.
Yeah, again, now your mind starts to turn a little more pessimistic and wonder, what do Spirit even look like? Again, the one thing that kicked off any good looks on that last map was the pistol. And guess what? That is now a formality. It's gone. You aren't getting it back. They need to operate from that deficit. Now, seeing them saved, that's a little surprising. This kind of rung me as a team that was going to invest off of a loss. But I mean, this is the right call to make, in my humble opinion. Krasno, they hunted first, no kill in sight, so gun given, opener given, but on the contrary, sight given.
Yeah, I mean, that's the sacrifice that was going to have to be made for something. I like that at least at Spirit Academy, I mean, this is something we were seeing on Nuke, we were hoping to see on Nuke, was more being done with these pistol rounds. That's hyper-aggressive play. Just leads to 3 SMG kills then. For D-Have, Monte, get them the second in a row, and they've got a whole bunch of money coming out of round 2.
Now, how quickly do they address this? And, well, how quickly do they start up? Alcarenzop early on brought into Vertigo, so we'll already see if we're going to have an impact out of it or not.
I mean, it just feels like something that just has to happen, and there we go, Alcaraz steps up to the plate, gets the first kill in, and that's certainly the ingredient that brings us to Spirit Academy's comeback. On both of our first halves from our first map, it was 4 rounds in a row, but maybe Spirit Academy can break that pattern.
It looks like they are. Finally, these rifles have shown some step up, but can't say no just yet. It looks from Denka keep them involved in this round. Op wants to continue taking fights and peaks. There's 3 players on B right now. They do not want to let them get in. There's no flashes either, so that's the biggest problem of the round right now. Alcaraz Op on an off angle. 46 health with a molly headshot. And actually, this is a pretty solid couple pieces of utility considering the lackluster actual pieces. They have a nuke of a nade is just dropping off, making things a hell of a lot easier.
It's still going to be a fight, though. You can see Spirit Academy, they're not fully committing yet. Send the molly back. Try and buy themselves a little bit of space, even more smoke as well. Watch out for the flank coming in from Robo. They're trying to buy time to sandwich the remaining 2 Monte members. Robo's here, sees his targets coming through. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Hades, last one standing, finds Robo on the flank. They're going for the attempt. The plant will be made. Mokujin's down to 22 HP. And he gets him. Hades pulls off the clutch.
There's no way that's just happened. I didn't even know they would have expected Robo on that flank, let alone hurt him. I'm just shocked that he doesn't get away with that. You said it yourself. That was likely the round. Robo, it felt like it was destined, written in the stars, but now what? Deagles, hopes shattered from Spirit Academy. That should have been their round. In and out. It took a crazy close shot as one player jumped back down into stairs. It took a crazy good nade onto Alcarenzop, and alongside that, a lot of chip damage. And even that wasn't enough.
It's got to be a bitter disappointment. You're right, it felt like that was Spirit Academy's round to take. Now back on pistols again. We have got one Zeus in play from Alcaraz, and I think that's another statement of intent. There's a little bit of bitterness building from Spirit Academy. This map, this series, is not going the way they would have liked as Robo is dropped. He will not be flanking this time round. Monte coming in at speed and no casualties so far. Spirit Academy do get 1 back. Mokujin gets the AK, but will be cut down in turn.
Deja vu it feels. Now, maybe slightly misremembered, as the last time it was 4-0, it was Spirit Academy's 4-0. Only difference is, this is where troubles would arise every time. Maybe Monte stunted themselves. There is an op to play against again, and I wonder where Alcaraz takes this. I want to see how mobile he'll be on this map.
At least this time he's got a little bit of armor to work with as well, and utility is good from both sides of the equation. So we've been seeing a lot of B-sided plays so far. Mid going to be battled here by Monte, bringing up 3 members. This is something a little bit different.
I like the control. I feel like it's something that's very underdeveloped in the meta. We barely see full mid takes nowadays. Partially, you know, at fault of the changes to A, making it so dictant to just keep CTs there instead. Oh, but same time, can't be going that loose, okay? Walk straight into the AWP of Alkeren. And again, we see Spirit Academy start with the opener.
Monte, yeah, they're making the A push in. After making a lot of movement towards mid. Just going back here and saying, you know what, I'm going to do a straightforward play. Yeah, it's already fairly low. So Monte kind of down to 3.5 members here. They really need to pick off right now. If it gets into a straight fight, and Spirit Academy look ready for that straight fight, I cannot see Monte holding.
No, not like this. Not when kills come this loose and free. Spirit Academy are letting the round walk into them more so than actually fighting for it. Monte hooked a little too hard here. 30 seconds. It's really a game of denial. Maybe getting kills, maybe doing damage, maybe getting a plant if you're extra lucky. Hades, he'll get scary close to this B site with some utility to aid his cause. Too many heads given away, though, would lead you to some sense of regret. That's why they double swing and put him to an end before he can really get going.
So we now have 3 halves being played so far, all of which have been 4 rounds into the opposing team streaking. Well, we don't know that last part is going to be true as of yet, but for Spirit Academy, I think this was a real good statement round for them, especially Alkeren again. Alkeren just showing no fear, even having to do close-up AWP work. Spirit Academy, they have to keep this pattern going. They have to now go on the massive streak.
That's also not going to... Oh, wait, wow. I thought Cypher was actually talking. I didn't know that was a raw spam. Now he's got to worry about losing his own life, because he's not saving many bullets. And I was, I guess, alarmed, but for the wrong reasons, because he saved just enough to deal with Dia.
And first kill going by untraded. Cypher taking very little damage in the exchange, and Monte seemingly going back to where they're most comfortable, which was their ramp play. Remember, Hades has got the AWP for the round, so is fishing for that kill as Monte goes slow up the ramp. The plays on A have not gone so well so far, and Spirit Academy again are ready for Monte.
Dude, these shots are just incredible. Same with that, dude. How they still expect it. That's the second person to go on that angle this round, and Cypher's just ready.
And Monte, I think they're really stumbling here after such a strong start, and particularly ending out the first map so definitively. Again, this, for anyone coming in late, Spirit Academy's streak on Nuke was broken by Monte, but they've got another streak on Vertigo. 5 times they've played, 5 times they have won.
Told you, man. Do not let the lack of reps fool you. This is a very, very good-looking team on Vertigo. And that's why I kind of poised them to have that, at least, advantage coming through this series. You gave them so many different liberties. You gave them every map they wanted. I mean, obviously, leaving it to something like a Mirage is understandable, considering, as you said, they both ban Inferno, so Spirit can float whatever maps they want. But you picked into Vertigo. That's the issue I've got with this. I know, obviously, you want to play to your strengths in some series, but considering how this was bound to unwind with it being Spirit Academy's map of choice for Decider, I would have loved to see an Anubis pick here. In fact, even looking at their reps, even looking at their recent history, I don't know why we didn't see an Anubis.
I mean, I would have loved to have seen Ancient. That's the place where Monte have got their win streak going through, from their side of things, so it's, certainly a bold choice to send us to exactly where Spirit Academy want to be taking their fights time and time again. But this round, Monte, They've just got almost nothing to work with. aTTaX getting a chance to practice his early AWP swings, and so far they've been going pretty damn well. Ooh.
Do I hear an R8? What? Guys. What are we... Okay, what are we doing? That one did, though. Oh, Alternative. There's a life round incoming. Don't let the Umper start to feel himself now, boys. You can't let him start to get a hot hand.
All right. No, I'm absolutely with you there, and I think that's definitely a big thing for Spirit Academy at this point in the series, kind of reaching the potential halfway point of the best of three. You need to have those players building up steam. aTTaX, we were talking about, just didn't fire on all cylinders on you. Now doing so much better. I mean, it may be against pistol rounds, but ultimately he's finding his groove, and now we've got the buy round coming in. I think he's gonna be in the best place he could be mentally.
I mean, dude, I'm loving this little resurgence from Alternative. I feel like with him featured on Nuke, it was a completely different result. That's not to say he was completely non-existent on the rifle. He was nice. It's just on the top, choice left a little bit to be desired. So glad that it's a factor to discuss here as he shifts back. Again, they're going for these boosts. They aren't gonna work. Monte, the third time they've been shut down on a boost or a head glitch angle like that, and at some point you gotta just pack it in there. Look elsewhere for openers.
It does seem weird, yes, that Monte are trying the same play again and again and getting the same result again and again. We're seeing these occasional moments where it's working out, but as Hades gets cut down, he's still doing well for the squad. But, you know, you look at the rest of the team, we got the end of the previous map where everybody was doing really well. Hades is doing well on this map, but in contrast, the rest of the team are floundering. We get players like Hay down to just 2 kills so far in 9 rounds.
Yeah, this has got to be a step up here for Monte, but at the same time, I can't even, like, I can't necessarily harp on it as much. Maybe I can, because to some extent, it's not as creative as we saw on Nuke. Monte, a lot of their rounds were shifty, whilst also usually the duels they would take were like heavily favored to with flashes, util to set up, with distractions, misdirections. But a lot of this is just kind of like playing an off angle and hoping you win your duel. Like the case in point with the past few rounds where we've seen them take that boost up the stairs or jump on the sandbags. That's a duel that you're kind of just hoping goes your way. Same here, but there's a little more misdirection afoot. Hades again will get his attempt at a clutch, this time even more devastating than the last. The bomb's down in a spot he's not recovering, and they're both coming back up the generator. Everybody here, as he attempts this 1-on-3, just not really gonna favor you, is it?
I wonder how much pressure is on Hades at this point, because you look at the numbers across the team again. Hades is the top fragger on the server, which, you know, in other circumstances we could say that's a good thing, but for Monte, the timeout comes in, something dramatic needs to change. Hades, as you can see, is playing his heart out here, but I think you're right. The problem seems to be with the overall strategy, the overall approach Monte are taking, that's proving too predictable for Spirit Academy, who, again, are super confident on this map. I think straightforward play just doesn't cut it.
No, it doesn't. Again, when it comes to respecting teams, this is not one that you can just run around and DM on. It might have looked that way on Nuke, but I promise you there was a lot more that went into it. Here, it feels a lot more simple, a lot more mundane, and that's IMO why we're seeing Monte start to struggle in the mid-game.
Gotta buy in here again. Got Spirit Academy, they are rolling in cash after so many rounds in a row. aTTaX up to nearly 12k in the bank as Robo finds the flank of the Monte formation. We wanted unpredictability, we wanted something different, but instead, aTTaX, we're just getting more of the same.
That's what I'm talking about. Same deal. Same deal. It's night and day the difference, because on Nuke, where you would see a fight like that happen, everybody for Spirit was blind. Right? It was a complete role reversal, and here It's just running through a ramp smoke. Yeah, there's flashes thrown, but they're poor. And the timing isn't great. They don't go with them. And remember what I said at the end of that map. I said what separates teams like Monte from others is those small things. Those little tiny adjustments. Those tiny timings that they have that other teams don't because of their chemistry, because of their veterancy. But we're not seeing that here.
Well, this could be the start of something. Spirit Academy, they're looking for that 8-round streak. They've gotten 6 of those so far. Hayes picking up the first kill. The rest of the team, we need to see more from them. It's a straight up ramp push, but this time it's working for Monte. Spirit Academy are once more ready on the site to try and push them back, but this time the numbers are in Monte's favor.
Oh no. I don't know about that for very much longer, man. I saw so many different angles being exploited. You gotta stay alive. Maybe you can't fall, or maybe you can because the Tech-9's just been spotted on the flank.
What?
Still has to get a double, and D has answered the call. But more is required. Half HP, 1 headshot. 1 more is all that's required to finally stunt this progression from Spirit Academy. Moving back around side of elevator. Dia's Tech-9 can only get him so far. Held it down again. Spirit Academy defy the odds.
Okay, so it only took most of the half to see some more development in Monte's strategy. I think the fact that Dia got that close was a sign maybe of a second half that will be more successful from Monte's side, but I think it's way too little too late. Spirit Academy have got to play these rounds on their own terms again and again and again, and all Monte can try and do is make sure this half isn't completely washed out 8-4.
Know what you gotta change it. Well, I mean, I don't know what else to change at this point for Monte except just the lack of flashes. It's disappointing. In so many of these rounds, there's heaps of utility left for Monte, and it's just never being used. Obviously, you want to save flashes for your side XX. That's true, and a lot of these rounds have been missing utility. That's also true. But if you're not progressing past the mid stages, it's wishful thinking.
We're looking for the utility to maybe open up some creative approaches here. Monte, of course, we noted them before going towards mid and trying to get some action going there, but then backing it off of the play. I think we might be back to B site again because A has been a trap for Monte again and again. B, much more volatile. I think we're seeing slow fade away, but the mid control remains in the hands of Spirit Academy. Alcaran is ready to shut it down.
Monte. How is this happening to you yet again? Well, seems the tale is told over and over, and Spirit Academy have to keep reliving it, especially when it's one this successful, because now, so many players left alive, it's too big to fail, dare I say. And that's why they amass 8 concurrent rounds in a row to close out the half. It's funny, I came into this map saying, without those pistols on the previous, what does this look like? We got a taste of that, but it was the exact same thing, just in the reverse order. It's Monte getting the first 4, Spirit getting the next 8, and into the second half, us wondering how much longer this game goes on.
Oh, jeez. Well, it's certainly been a failure to start here from Monte. Spirit Academy, I think, showing us a lot more of what you would have been expecting it to see Nuke going, but so far so good. We are on the path to Mirage again, another map that is Spirit Academy favoured somewhat, though it is Monte's first pick, so it's still a little bit of an open question. Pistols need to be won here by Monte, or Spirit Academy just going to run away with this one and make sure the game, or make sure the series goes to map 3. Nice.
Start for Spirit, maybe even carrying through the pistol prowess into this map. Kemka, not much of a response beyond the one. Alcaran was dropped, but it was a worthwhile expense, especially when it keeps you up by this much. Bomb plant down, bolt from CT, and Monte have to attempt this.
Monte, yeah, they've been pushed back, but they're fishing for an over-aggressive Spirit Academy, and they got it. Cypher trades a kill back. Hades one more. We're down to the last two players. And Mokujin round the corner means Spirit Academy win the pistol round and are now one away from hitting double digits, while Monte haven't even got halfway there.
Maybe it isn't the exact role reversal, because this time it's them extending their lead. 9 in a row right now are Spirit Academy. And I think this is almost the stage of the game where you have to consider force buying into the second round. Not a guarantee, but the discussion, I hope, was at least there, because Monte are getting steamrolled. They'll be stacking A here, so I don't imagine much of a contest.
Yeah, I guess it's an open question of whether or not, you know, Monte, if it's better for them to hold their nerve and hold out for a better buy, or to try and, you know, coin flip against what has seemed to be a very coherent and confident Spirit Academy roster, who are the ones moving up through mid, going to demonstrate for us just how good that can be, bypassing the A site in its entirety. And Spirit Academy may get the plant without even having to fire a single shot.
Man, I love the patience in both sides from this round. A minute's passed and they have barely just gotten into a site. I love it, because you don't want to be giving away anything to rounds like this. And it's even an unorthodox way to approach it, too. Spirit Academy, they take the fight in middle, because even if there's a buy in store, there's not really much they can do about it. You can't really stop them from taking mid when you don't have any utility. And you didn't bring a lot into this round, even if you did buy. So, kind of unwinding this from the back end of it.
Interesting approach from Spirit Academy. So they've got their planted unfettered. Now they're coming back in to start a fight with Monte. They will lose one player in the exchange, but get the kills back, so we'll remain ahead of the field. We thank you to our friends from Hellcase as we get things started properly in our second half. Spirit Academy have officially hit double digits. Antoine, at this point, I'm starting to actually feel like we might see Spirit Academy keep this momentum up and just close this one out quickly.
I mean, I'd be surprised if they didn't. At this point, it's Spirit Academy doing everything right. Now, the only thing that we haven't necessarily had an answer to are these CT-sided rifle rounds. I do also have to mention that even on Nuke, when they had momentum, as soon as the rifles came out, it stopped.
Big swing point for Monte. Let's see what they're going to be doing. We've got the 2-and-2 split. We have got the floating player out towards the B site. Yeah, there.
Oh, great looking round, dude. Great looking round, man. I love the way they telegraph it. Spirit Academy. Again, cautious about their approach, but knowing how to deal with that stack, it's sublime.
Okay, last one standing. The plant is going to be good, and just like that, Spirit Academy keep on walking forwards. If they complete the 4 rounds in this half, as we've seen the pattern emerge, then this one is pretty much done. I don't wonder. It feels like coming into this half, we're not seeing, you know, anything big coming from Monte so far. You know, that big potential force buy, or just something to show that they are invested in trying to not get onto Mirage. Because from my side of things, I'm just not seeing it yet.
No, we're not really seeing anything from Monte. I don't necessarily know whether to call this a good map from them or a bad one from Monte, which is what makes this so unfortunate, because I wanted to see a great test to Spirit, but it doesn't really feel like it's lived up to that. When a lot of these rounds have been very soulless from Monte and kind of just DM-y. Like, yeah, you got the map win, but is Monte always going to look like that? I guess if it's the case, then take it with the lead. Same with this force buy win, so long as it actually comes through. I don't know if they really care how they get it. Look at this from Kyosuke. Don't know how he got here, but it's the all-decisive man to win the round for him.
Oh, I'm absolutely weak there. We're 1 round away. It feels like an inevitability that Spirit Academy are going to be winning out by a considerably larger margin than Monte beat them on a Nuke. That was 13-8. This one's headed for a 13-4. I very much feel like Mirage is on the mind of Monte. Those 8 rounds in a row, if anything, I think drove any thought of Monte actually winning the map away. When they've got the map in hand, they don't need to.
Yeah, it looks like this is all but over. Who knows, though? Miracles have happened before. I've seen bigger comebacks in my lifetime.
I would feel more encouraged in Monte's side, I think, if they were making kind of bold plays and bold swings and those were failing, just because I could see them be more, kind of figuring out what the problems were and refining their play down. But instead, as you said, it just feels like a straight up fight again and again, and Spirit Academy just too canny. Alcarin this has been his proving ground here. 13 kills, locking down mid. Spirit Academy going to be moving on to the B site. Nade and Molly immediately. Rasnal does his best to hold ground, but Spirit Academy end out this round as they have been playing it, dominating. Okay, last one standing, but this is a formality.
Yeah, it's a stat pad round at this point. You've now been spotted in CT, and the trade is pretty much instant. Lights out goes not only he, but Vertigo right behind it in back-to-back blowouts, just not in the way you would expect. A map trade, I would not be surprised if you especially put these teams against each other. As I said, though, earlier, Spirit, they got the best series they could possibly ask for map-wise and matchup-wise. Now, as they even the odds, we go to the decider of Mirage, and when we return from the break, we'll see if this is an upset or Monte picked themselves back up.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Welcome back everyone to the Champions Tour. We are coming to our final game of our third series of the four we're showing you here today as our teams battle to leave today with a 2-0 record. And from what we saw in our second map of Vertigo, things were much different than they were on Nuke.
Yeah, I made it pretty clear that I think it just felt like it was a DM for a majority of that game for Monte, and it was either A, a lot of disrespect, or B, kind of maybe mentally just checked out considering how one-sided it started to feel toward the end. But even before then, it was just disappointing because you would constantly see people just trying to win duels, you know, majority of the time for Monte. There wasn't really any flashing of peaks and trying to find openers that way. Whereas on Nuke, it was lights out. Every time Monte would try to fight outside or, from CT or T perspective, or take lobby, or crunch, or Exac as a T, or take ramp, there was always flashes, mollies, smokes, anything they would have needed to get that upper hand before going into a site take. And it felt like that was just something skipped on Vertigo, and they kept trying to just brute force their way into some of these choke points like ramp, like B stairs, and it just wouldn't really work.
Let's get on to Mirage then and see how things play out on the last map of Vertigo. It was 13 rounds in a row for Spirit Academy. An absolutely blistering performance after a strong early start for Monte. Monte will be on CT this time. Whichever one leaves this today as a 2-0 team still maintains the possibility of a clean sheet here in groups. You want to leave with 3-0 to get the best seed possible for playoffs.
I mean, hey, Spirit Academy, they're no strangers to being in the 3-0 column, but now they may have to get familiar with a different sort of result in the Swiss stage, unless keep up the momentum from Vertigo here, and so far it looks like they are. These pistols, they haven't dropped a single T1. May I mention that? This offensive front is something to be feared when it's Glocks. The USPs.
Well, so far so good. Off to the races again. I guess if we can count the previous map, then that's 14 rounds in a row for Spirit Academy. Certainly keeping hold of the momentum. If Monte, certainly as the favoured team coming in, it's worth noting that Monte as a squad overall, they've had some massive wins in the past. The end of 2023 for Monte was ludicrous. They were locking down 50k prizes again and again and again. So a lot of work needs to be done by Monte to get back to those kind of heights. And Spirit Academy may be more than just a stepping stone on their way there.
Did we see a force buy last time? I actually can't recall.
I don't think so.
No, we didn't. You're right. They saved. Wow, okay, so this is just new territory we're breaking the ground of. Lupo, gotta watch out. Mid. Unchecked for a moment, costs him to lose his life. The trade is in, and now the damage is stacking.
Hades making use of the scout there, of course. We can't have him too far from our thoughts. So we've got the max stolen as well, though Hades being removed. It's still 3-on-3. Mokujin coming in to say, what's going on here? This shouldn't be remotely as close as it is. Monte starting to fall back. They've still got the fight here. They've stopped the plant from being made for the time being, but with Spirit Academy knowing exactly where they are, surely Monte can't get anything more done.
At least you'd think. They have recovered the MAC-10, so it's not like they're incapable of doing damage. Just will be falls taking a fight through the smoke with a 5-7. Hey, they get it anyway. And guess who is to thank? Alcaran. I said earlier too, like, Nuke, Vertigo, Mirage, very, very heavy op pool.
Yeah, I mean, with all the money flowing in, we're going to be seeing that sooner rather than later. Well, yes, for Monte forcing from the previous round, they're going to be back to pistols here again. The dualies coming in. It does feel like we're seeing, I mean, maybe it's too early to tell, but it seems like we're seeing a little bit more focus on the Monte side of things than we were seeing on Vertigo at least. See if that holds as Spirit Academy come a charging down mid.
I mean, if you're going to feed these MAC-10s, you're going to be in for a rude awakening down the stretch. I think that's, what, 4 kills now total in the MAC-10s in the past 2 rounds? This is a bonus. So, if you can, just send Robo in. See how far he can really get on the SMG. In fact, it's the only one left. So it almost feels like it's technically a benefit if somebody falls. And there it is. So, if Robo wants, he can go collect his prize, as on Cat lies a rifle for him.
I think that's a really fair point. As Alcaran picks up another, we thank our friends from Hellcase again as we come to our final map of our penultimate series today. Again, our teams fighting at the top of the table. TSM versus aTTaX still to come, starting at the 1900 CEST, if everything goes according to schedule. Spirit Academy are trying to keep us on track here with 3 rounds in a row.
Hey, we were put quite behind with that Metizport one. Which, might I say, I'm surprised that the team, I think it was Zero Tenacity, won the first map with a coach. So, hey, power to you. Knowing you got that support line and things go wrong.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's...
Now it's Hades.
Yeah, the Monte in with a first by Hades has been big, but Robo punches through Connector. The rest of Monte are there to try and deny a further push, but it's going to be all or nothing right now. Yeah, in such a good position. Finds 1, finds 2, and almost the third. Takes half before dropping. We're down to 3 on 3. Frazzle in from the flank. Hades' AWP is still in play, and Spirit Academy, they may not be able to get that all fabled 4 rounds before dropping.
Monte. Seems like they finally stepped it back up on the CT side. And it's not even thanks to the op of Hades. It's just a good play from everybody else pretty much surrounding it.
I mean, if Dita hadn't managed to pull off the 3K in this round, we'd be looking at a very different situation. But Sypho, last one left standing, can see the bomb, but knows that that is a poisoned shellet. Will try and sell himself dearly as Krasnov comes in to finish the job.
Oh, it's gone. No, never mind.
So,
I thought that op was gone. I thought it was done.
So, Anthron, for the first time in the series, we haven't had one team or the other take 4 rounds in a row to start off the half.
When you put it like that. I'm kidding. I get you. But is that going to change anything? Are we going to see some back and forth finally? Or is it just going to be, you know,
I hope.
the same situation, just different number?
I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, it has been so tidal of a series. You know, we just go completely one team's way, then completely back the other team. I'm absolutely here for a third deciding map to finally get to see these two teams really get into each other's faces and trading. Early exchange doesn't lead to anything. Spirit Academy are a little bit lower on terms of equipment. Sypho just coming out with a pistol for the round. Monte have got a chance to reassert themselves as the utility does land for the second time.
Still hasn't mounted anything just yet, though, so I guess QSK for now can just relax knowing he's alive. So long as you can maybe meat shield him and use him in some emphasis-oriented way, then should be fine. I also like this boost. Only real way you're going to see Kyusuke get a kill in this round is if maybe he can use the element of surprise, but that's exactly what Monte have just used. I love this angle from Krasnal, so much so that I doubt it will be traded. Never mind.
I like that as well. You don't see that too often. You can see, I feel there's a certain determination in the way Spirit Academy are playing out the rest of this round. They're down in numbers. Kyusuke is almost dead, but Spirit Academy, they find their place. Kyusuke gets the shot in to bring us back to even. We have 19 seconds left to play. Monte, no. The play has to happen here on B. Hades refuses to be bypassed. Time is running out. Mokujin's still got the full HP bar. Kyusuke gets a nade kill in. Maybe they pull this off.
Oh, they line up though! Oh my god! That is the only way they lost that round. I'm not entirely sure what took them so long. Demka had the bomb. He could have just jumped out, stuck the plant, guaranteed it. That's one of those instances where you look at it and you're like, you know what, it worked, but it doesn't mean it's the right play. That was the wrong move from Spirit Academy. I don't know how I said Demka, but just flat out, that was the wrong move.
Oh boy. Well, we got what we wanted, Anthran. We have finally had rounds traded rather than it just being big, titanic, geographical swings. I think you're right, Spirit Academy, they played a very dangerous game towards the tail end, but maybe those are the kind of levels of risks you need to take to seize back the momentum. We'll see if Spirit Academy can keep hold of it, because, of course, Monte, they've got a bit of money, but I don't know if how they're going to be approaching this round, having had the momentum cut so abruptly.
Yeah, it feels like it's quite the discussion point of what to do here, because, again, they had an opening pick. They had some really good looks in that round, initially stunting the aggression on Catwalk. But from there on out, the extremities kind of flop. And one thing that was a little upsetting to see was that repeak in apps. That should have been an easy kill, back away, go into sight, 5-on-3, right? That should be rounds nearly done. But then when you give them that refrag as the lone B player, so many issues start to arise because your whole map's defense has to shift around that one kill.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think we'd be living in a world where Monte had the second round win otherwise. Very close quarters fighting here on the A approach. Okay, around the corner, they're fishing. Kyusuke goes very close to dead, but Spirit Academy are hearing as a unit as Dem is dropped. I don't think there's going to be any kills back in here for Monte. Spirit Academy working as a unit, giving no room to maneuver for Monte at all.
Exactly what you're looking for if you're Spirit Academy. A convincing round that nets you a safety net behind you. And they, not only that, but boost themselves up to a 5-1 start. I think limiting Hades' off potential is also an asterisk here that we haven't necessarily mentioned much. He said it last map. It almost felt like Hades was the only guy still in it till the end. And even on the first, he had his moments, right? Like on that CT side, he was all over the place. And even when he didn't necessarily have a ton of kills, the impact was there.
Oh, for sure. I mean, yeah, he ended up that one, I believe, 15-9, so he wasn't necessarily, locking in the raw numbers that some of the other players were, but he was a difference maker. He'll have the opportunity to do so again. Hades has the AWP for this round. Monte with another chance to seize back momentum, but both AWPers are in play, in fact. Algren, I don't know if, how much was feeling the pressure from the rest of the team after a disappointing first map, but in our second and now here on Mirage, he has been a totally different player.
This is what we needed out of him. But it doesn't mean the good times end there. We've still got more to speak of, including, like I just mentioned, Hades on that AWP. Can be such a deadly and lethal threat, but when are you going to expect him to have jumped into Sandwich? Not in a million years. That's why it works so damn well. Two players on the other side of this smoke. Another thing that's unexpected. Catches the best of Robo and means Mokujin now has to pull off the counter-terrorists win.
Well, if Hades can think it, Hades can believe it, but I think you're absolutely right to call out that play. I thought Hades was about to get jumped by Kyusuke. just because, you know, he was going to be in a predictable position, but that's, of course, one of the core skills of our snipers, of our AWPers. Reposition, make sure that you're not caught, and I think taking, you know, from being ambushed to being the ambusher is a great look for Hades to get himself fully onto his feet. He's already the top fragger on Monte, and I think we're going to see a lot more of him as this map progresses.
Look at this flash.
What?
This is what I was talking about was missing from Monte. Flashing the Mac 10 down mid. It's double open. A third near the horizon, but runs out of bullets in the mag. It's all a distraction, because when you turn back to A, you meet everybody else. Alcarin straight in mid denies anything more than the one. And hey, that's a way to address the op threat of Hades, by avoiding him and then dealing with him last.
I mean, it certainly worked on the previous maps to, you know, to have an unbeatable player and just reduce their team to ashes, but holy hell. Yeah, I've not seen too many more well-earned timeouts there, because that was just brutal. Monte just swept from their feet immediately. I never expected the push down mid to be that successful.
And they keep that up, though. I mean, that was with a Mac 10, dude.
Yeah.
Like, that wasn't with an AK. That wasn't with an AWP or something crazy. That was a Mac 10. And it's crazy to think about that, because if it was like a rifle, that's more than 2. That's 3, maybe 4. They tried putting more trades on Cat. They just never came through. That could have easily been a flawless round had the upgrade come from an SMG. But it still doesn't matter, because it's a dominant one regardless. And look at what it's left Monte with. A 5.7, an MP9. They're struggling.
And they need to get their heads above water. Spirit Academy, they've got the momentum. They're giving it again. Krasnov, good defense. Nice nade as well. Lands that right at the feet of Mokujin and finishes the job. Beautiful site defense. His teammates coming to support. Only 2 rifles. No, my apologies, 3 on the Monte side of things. And they're taking Spirit Academy apart here. Krasnov is waking up the same way we saw Hades do on Vertigo, and Monte need it desperately. Yeah.
Bobo a little shaky on that peak. Same with the kill from Demka, but he gets it. No fear, no worry. They'll come out of apps. At least I thought, but they back away at a very weird time. Alcarin and co are rerouting somewhere, maybe even shifting for a save. They do need to throw buys down to Yosuke if they want to get an AK on him, so can't knock it. But I almost wonder if Monte get a little curious as time dwindles on.
Yeah, we can definitely see there's a little bit of that. I mean, Monte got the 2 wounded members, but 3 up and pretty healthy, so see Hades doing a little bit of exploratory work down there towards ramp, but doesn't go too far. Certainly, you know, it's dangerous enough chasing 1 the Spirit Academy member on the tail end, let alone 2 who are very likely to be, you know, matched up together, trading about the kill even if you can get it.
That's just a good looking round, though. I liked this finally for Monte. The issue with them has been consistency, right? Like, they'll have this really good round, they'll set their individuals up, and even find trades when those people don't necessarily come through with 2-3 kills. But then they'll just fall off a cliff in the next. And lose all of the hard work they've just acquired. Because you've got to remember, that's a flawless round. That can be huge for you if you can pull off another win. You don't have to worry about finances. You don't have to worry about losing 3-4 players in a rifle, so long as it comes with you. But Spirit Academy have had this tendency on Mirage to just come back battling.
I mean, they've seized back control, you know, pretty effectively so far. And no AWP for the Monte side to play with, so it's still very much up in the air as to who brings back control. 6-3, looking good so far for Spirit Academy. Again, another map where they've got the win streak in place. But Monte's first pick. This is a good map for them as well. We'll see what these last few rounds look like.
fighting for mid now, at least. Putting somebody in underpass. Hades! Close. But now it's just smoke spam. Everybody fighting in for mid. If you want to go about this for Spirit Academy, it's got to come quickly, just like that kill. Kyosuke, that one frag might completely keep them out. Or not. Demka, is there even a trade to offer up? No, Clippers mind these mid boxes. They know they do. Demka.
Zypho opens up on connector though, and just like that, Spirit Academy have taken back momentum. Like our last one standing. And Deacon falls. That will be it. And Spirit Academy, they seize control once again. And I'm so impressed by what we're seeing here. You know, we talked about it again and again. It's been such a one-sided affair, one way or the other. But Spirit Academy, they're breaking that pattern for us. They got back control immediately. Now they've got back control again. And this is heading for a really good half for them.
And this is exactly what I was saying, right? Monte, they do so well in one round, and then they just fall off a cliff in the following. Spirit, you can't knock them for the response they put up, though. I loved that nade and under. Whilst they heard all of the utility flying over mid on Monte's take, it was a great response.
A site being locked down by Monte. Spirit Academy with the mid control. You can see that Monte are expecting a more aggressive approach early on, but Spirit Academy just going to slow roll this one. Looks like we might be seeing an apartments approach, but utility is almost entirely gone from Monte's side. This is going to be a tough round to navigate, even with the guns.
This is not a round you can afford to lose. Great. Oh, I thought there was a bench molly, but instead, no. They just... I don't know if that was a bipped one or for under window, but whatever it is, it didn't work. Oh! Wait, are they gonna pull this back? I just realized they found 2 kills back on A. What looked like a done and dusted rounds just opened back up.
Yeah, that's the thing. Spirit Academy were controlling the connector as Robo finds another. This is not a round Spirit Academy should have been winning. The B defense was really good, but suddenly it all goes to hell. He does get one back, but I don't think that changes anything. Spirit Academy sneak out an 8th round, and they might even end the half 9-3.
A taste of their own medicine, Monte. Oh, actually, I don't even know if it's their own medicine anymore. That's not a prescription they dished out since the first map. Spirit Academy have won handedly ever since. And I said, too, into this series, Monte, the one thing they're absent of in their recent history is a good result. A punching up kind of team win. Well, that's exactly what we're seeing right now, because Spirit Academy are not taking any prisoners.
Now, this is looking really, really good. So we've seen so many 8-4 halves, but yeah, Monte, they've run out of road here. They've run out of money. Hades can be back on the scout again, but it feels like once Monte have started falling behind, I don't know if they were mentally prepared for Spirit Academy to be fighting this series as hard as they have, particularly after the nuke win that Monte got. Spirit Academy have come back twice as strong and now are doing the same thing again. I'm just not seeing Monte recovering their feet. I mean, we'll get into the second half, sure, but we'll get one more chance for Monte to impress us.
So they've got... It's not looking great, because right now, Kyosuke has gone for a double entry into the site. Fire burning everywhere, except against Spirit Academy. Monte have been nuked out. Their response is minimalistic. Krasno finally puts something good on the board, and now as the smoke's fade, it doesn't look like he wants to end there. Holding it down is Kyosuke on low HP, but he's threatening his own life by doing so. Both stuck in Khan. Monte look for reaggression and a disadvantage.
Nice boost. I love that we see this is the moment for Spirit Academy to make the most of things. Alcaran sells his life dearly. Both the remaining Spirit Academy members are barely alive. A scout, anything is enough to put them down. The plant is made. This is the big moment for Hades to bring the half 8-4. Finds one, but not the second. And we officially have our most dominating half of the series. Spirit Academy will go into the second half 9-3.
It's crazy how every single map, competitive or not, we have found ourselves walking into the second half saying a pistol win might just be the end of it. And it still reigns true here. The only pistol had by Monte in this series was one CT-sided on Vertigo. Or no, it was T-sided. So, yeah. Same concept, just said wrong. Point is, Spirit Academy snap out of their woes right now, and I don't really think Monte have any ground left to stand on. And this is a weird split, man.
Yeah, because, I mean, we've certainly seen the B site be defended well before with the utility, but we've got armor, of course, but utility is little to be found.
Wait, they don't? Oh, I'm shocked. Wow, hey, he just walks into a free B site and drops Sypho. I am a little astonished that Spirit Academy that get this bamboozled by this. And I think at this point, the round is kind of a foregone conclusion, because even if you get kills from apps, there's a flank coming in. But, no, the point is, like, normally, that makes sense to fully commit off of, because you're like, you know, CT, or you're like jungle, or stairs, and you see the utility flying over, right? What makes it so surprising, and this is kind of why I want to blame lack of veterancy on this side, but it's only one guy throwing that util. Like you hear that, you hear the footsteps, you hear them jumping down, you hear him making noise, you hear one guy in ramp. So I think a lot of teams in that situation, because they'd be under bulk, would recognize this is not an A push. Maybe you rotate one over in case like a couple people are faking, but there was no way if you're throwing a full set of utility, you're only going to hear one guy going in.
Yeah, I'm with you, and that is a big streak breaker from Monte. The Polish squad needed some way to get back into this, and the pistol round is one way to make it happen. Certainly, Spirit Academy have got a massive advantage coming out of the first half. When we look at the individual players, Kiosuke's been firing all cylinders, Robo as well, and of course, Akron, we expected big things from, and he has delivered. On the other side, we don't really have anyone comparable as of yet, but there's perhaps still time.
Especially if they start now. We'll see how far they've taken momentum. Both teams in this series. I'm not surprised the Spirit want to get this one over with. Really get to the nitty-gritty of the game. What's, you know, going to decide the victor.
Our thanks to our friends from Hellcase. You can find below the stream, of course, by supporting them, you're supporting future CCT events. Monte, they've got the 2 rounds now, but we've got the buyback in from Spirit Academy. And Thran, you were saying, and I agree with you, that Spirit Academy just seemed like they wanted to get those first 2 rounds done. The question is, how do they approach the buy here with such a large advantage coming to the half?
It's not going to be with an op, I can tell you that much. Nor kits. So Spirit Academy, I assume, have a lot of reason to save if things don't go their way in the early stretch. Quickly trying to fight for mid. Spirit don't get much. Haven't fully spotted it, but yeah, as soon as this kill drops, I almost imagine they don't bother going in for this, but they are, and they're not taking the warning. They should have, because now Robo is the only one in defense.
Oh, nice pickup from Robo, though. Does get 2. Kiosuke, we're down to 3-on-2 in favor of Spirit Academy. Sypho in with the flank, gets another. And it's down to K. Just like that, Spirit Academy not only ambush Monte, but also us. Turning that round out of nowhere.
I don't know where that came from, but maybe they shouldn't have taken the warning. Maybe they should have stayed going for it. Hey, if it works. If it works. Still no op, though, and I don't even know if that's going to change for the rest of the series. So at least there's that going for Monte, right? If Spirit just win out, you're not going to see an op on Alcaraz, most likely. So, again, they go back to mid. We didn't fully commit to this as Spirit Academy last time, so Monte now sit back and wait to see the fireworks show go off.
I mean, they're getting rewarded for it. There's a ton of utility being thrown out by Spirit Academy without it landing on anybody. So Monte, yeah, they've made the right move here. That little stutter step throwing off the tempo of the early round. I mean, Spirit Academy are down a ton of equipment. Monte, they still haven't had to make any kind of real move at all. There is the one smoke, no, the second smoke coming out into mid. Oh, sorry, onto A. What are Monte going to go for?
Only thing they can. An extremity hit. Mokajin, if you allow him to get a couple of kills, then it's a gutter ball. Again, a great call from Monte, just one that doesn't go all that far. Spacing's a little off. Demka's got to bail him out with a couple interesting kills. So far, just the one headshot, but it should be enough to respect a bomb plant. Hades, still having yet crossed, may create some issues, because now it's just utility dumped on the site. See, they didn't come into a round like this with a lot of it, so I'm intrigued is to the hesitation to have Hades cross over, because now there's risk everywhere you look. Players from jungle, con, CT, and everybody's isolated, but everybody's hitting shots, so it's going to end out well, so long as you can keep them coming. Sypho says no. And it's a 1v2 for the only man stuck in Palace. Sypho answers for all of them.
That was so good. I really liked as well what we're seeing from Spirit Academy there. Once they knew where the play was coming from, Monte, they spread out. They made sure to have the two-pronged approach, and it was dicey towards the tail end, but I still feel like it was the right move. You know, they gave themselves the greatest strategic breadth they could do under the circumstances, and now they're very close to ending the series. I mean, from our previous map, you could have said, okay, you know, that was a bit of a fluke on Vertigo. We're not going to see anything as dominant as that again, but we're headed for a second dominant showing from Spirit Academy in a row.
I'm, again, a little surprised it went that poorly in the end. It actually felt like, for a moment there, Monte even had a resurgence, too. It was a little more isolated than I would have liked, but K bailed him. He got 2 kills in CT. Yeah, you were destined to get traded eventually, but then, you know, it just all falls apart.
Okay, as
And again,
yeah, we
it's
saw
too many
before,
duels.
he was the clutch player who came through huge for Monte, and we got a little taste of that here again, but the buys are starting to look worse and worse. Monte, just 2 rounds away from being taken out by the underdog team of Spirit Academy. I think everyone expected Monte to win this one, just for Spirit Academy to acquit themselves well, but we're headed 13-4, maybe a 13-5 incoming.
Only if they can keep it going, and so far it looks like they can. This was a full buy from Monte, and already you're -1, man. Looking like a late round mid take, but not really equipped with utility to deal with anybody coming back. Spirit Academy are just going to hold these angles in a more basic standing. And Hades gets timing by the man in ladder, and still looking for more. Mocha Jin, swinging con. It's perfect.
I mean, Spirit Academy, they're just pushing Monte around at this point. Yeah, to lose the opening kill and just see a cascade of plays against Monte. Oh boy, it's a real feels bad moment as Kyosuke, he's been here the whole freaking round, and yet he's still able to walk through and ventilate the rest of the squad. Spirit Academy on a 3-round streak, 1 away from ending the series and going 2-0 in the group stage.
You said it yourself. We were off schedule coming into this series. Even with a 3-mapper, Spirit Academy want to put us back onto it. They're 5 kills away and giving us an extended break before our second series. But that's all if Monte don't have a battle back in them. They've only got 1 Galil, and these Tech 9s haven't been crazy impressive. They've also not been worthless in this series, so I won't entirely discount them, especially because there's only 1 guy on A right now. I don't know how long they've got a delay plan set for, but they've got to get their stuff together.
They absolutely do. Very interesting approach to Spirit Academy. Maybe 4D chessing, but Akaran is there to be the difference maker. Misses that shot, but Mokajin's there to pick up the pieces. It's all going to hell in a handbasket, and just like that, Spirit Academy come out of nowhere. It was 13-4, then it was 13-5. They win the series, and Monte get humbled.
Not a single map above 8 rounds, and you're right, Monte do get humbled. I don't know what the idea was, but that series fell apart for Monte after the first map. I mean, it was strongly established. The only rounds we really saw Spirit get were carried off of the back of pistol wins in the first map, but they were nowhere to be found, and they now find themselves in the 1-1 bracket. Looking at this Monte team, they could easily be on the cusp of like an invite to playoffs in a CCT event that make all the way to the grand finals, if not win it. So to see them lose in the group stage to Spirit Academy just goes to show how strong this Spirit team really is.
And of course, we do need to give recognition to Hades for doing a lot of work, particularly on that second map to try and keep the team afloat. But it just felt like, yeah, Spirit Academy, they got everything back in spades. I think it's a really good sign of things to come. Again, it's it's the golden ticket to get out of group stage with that 3-0 record. You get yourself your best spot in playoffs. You give yourself the opportunity for a deep run before running into the heaviest hitters. And the opposite, of course, is to leave out with a 3-2 record and immediately go up against teams who are expected to win the entire thing.
Well, you put it on the table, but we also have to remember that's a 1-0, so we still don't necessarily have it, but the opportunity is there for Spirit Academy. Likewise is the next series, another 1-0 bouting of Alternate aTTaX and TSM, in which Alternate aTTaX are looking for their first win against the Europeans who have so far had their number. And whilst we take a quick glance over at the Team Spirit roster, pretty much everybody did well, no real surprise. We'll throw things on to an extended break, and once we return, we will conclude our day with another banger of a series.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
It now commences between TSM and Alternate Attacks. Now, these guys have gone at it a couple of times, both of which have gone the way of TSM, and I'd say pretty handedly. Alternate Attacks, they say third time's the charm. That's exactly what we get to see, if it's true or not today.
100%, and one, I guess, notable thing to make a quick knowledge of is that aTTaX is gone. It's Syra who's in for both of those previous games that we had seen them play. aTTaX wasn't all that much of a determining factor in their victories, and I think that with the time that Syra has had to acclimate himself to this roster and the time that he'll have moving forwards, he's probably going to be one of the best Danish talents we'll have to see, in my opinion. From Mao's NXT roster, I thought he was easily the top 2 player, if not even top 1 in many instances, and coming into a team where it's kind of interesting that he was on the Academy roster as probably the player you'd point to be a star, and now in this team he can kind of take a back seat in many different ways, as Zyphon has been the guy who's been doing all the heavy lifting for them. So now he's got not only a supporting cast and experience to surround him, but also known entities of players who are able to carry a load.
That in the fact of, you know, he's been doing, I'd say, okay in the series we've seen him in before. He's had some bad maps, he's had some good maps, but as you said, it's a backseat. He brings youth to this roster, which is otherwise quite old. I mean, with him in mind, of you know, him being 17 years old, this average roster age is still almost 25. Like, they're old heads in here. So there's a couple of different ways you could look at this, all of them optimistically for TSM, in my opinion. And on the other side, for Alternate Attacks, I mean, you said it yourself. They didn't have much of an impact out of him previously, aTTaX. So the fact is, Syra could only be like an even better ceiling for them in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly hope so. Like I said, I'm a fan of the player. I want to see him succeed, and I also am a fan of the idea of going back to national rosters, or at least the idea that they're still at least competitively viable. And I think that TSM is slowly and still surely starting to prove that much, because the peak of the last roster was about, I think it was 39 in the world. I checked just before we had gone live. And then, obviously, now with Syra, we expect maybe their ceiling to be a little bit higher, maybe their floor to be a little bit lower in the short term. But certainly, I think going long term, they are a team that can push that top 30 level and then go even further beyond. Obviously, the age of an era of domination of CIS rosters with Russian and Ukrainian players being in, and Kazakhstani players as well being the core of what it is, pretty much the last of what national Counter-Strike has to offer. The best we get next to that is an Eternal Fire, 5 out of 5 Turkish players. Saw now also proving that it's still a formula that can pan out, with them being 5 Portuguese players making it happen, and Brazil probably being the closest next to that, or other rosters rosters that kind of have no other option but to stick together, like your Mongols, who are kind of landlocked by the fact that they don't have a whole lot of competition and a whole lot of names who are trying to push that next level, at least to the same degree. And beyond that, we're starting to see more and more of those teams come out of the woodworks, kind of straying and idealizing away from what international rosters have to offer, while you say your Cadian, for example, who rejoins an Australis team in where they're 5 Danish, he doesn't opt to go for any deeper international affairs. And I honestly like that. And I honestly like to see that today we're going to see 2 teams that are effectively a full German and a full Danish team clashing head-to-head.
Yeah, and I've liked the resurgence of both of them, in my opinion. And maybe not so much TSM name-wise, but the players, because back in the day, I mean, I say back in the day, like around the 2020 time, maybe a little after, maybe a little before, Danish Counter-Strike was the Counter-Strike. I've always been a fan of it. I always liked it. And then I'm not going to say it fell off, but it kind of fell off. We haven't seen it for a very long time outside of Astralis.
Yeah.
Even to some degree, they were maybe even interested in moving away from it. But then you've got, obviously, them. You have TSM. Back in the day, you had, like...
Losing
Copenhagen
Fnatic and
Flames,
NIP, even though it's not Danish, like, those were, like, big hits for me.
I think, yeah. It was like a rotation you would always see happen over and over again. They were almost practice partners at that point, but nonetheless, it's awesome to see both of these teams coming back up from absolutely nowhere, because aTTaX had this very long period of time where they lost a lot of their good players, and for lack of a better term, they kind of became irrelevant. They weren't making these CCT events. They were failing out in closed qualifiers. They were losing out in open qualifiers for bigger events. It was just bad. But now they're picking themselves back up. They've made playoffs in external CCT events. They've been getting good series in other events outside of CCT. They've been close in the series. They're losing. There's a lot of good to hope for this team, and it almost feels like any day now, something's going to snap, and it's going to be a name you're talking about.
Yeah, and I also want to just give a little bit of credit to where credit is due for the side of Perks on alternate attacks. I think that he's probably been one of the more surprising entities for this team, to where I think more of like a consistent name we can look towards is Hyped. It's Perks who's really been giving us that level that we need from him in order to say, I think last time I was with you I had casted alternate attacks, that it's not just those two, we need somebody else to step up at the same time. Which has been kind of few and far between, to be honest. A little bit inconsistent in that regard. But at least now today we've got a map veto to where we can maybe see if we're going to find ourselves more comfortable than not, as TSM is probably one of the very few teams I think are going to go for an Inferno pick. Beyond that, I'm not really sure where to expect the maps to go. I think comfortable on all 7 maps in some instances. TSM have been giving us a very Danish map pool, which is very cool. I like to see them going and dipping their toes into the pool of every single different battleground they possibly could. They want to go toe-to-toe with any team at any level, and so far I think that if they can make a 7-map pool work at least like 50 to 60% of the time, then that's honestly a really scary prospect once they start to hone in.
Yeah, I almost imagine this is going to... Wait, where does this actually finish off? I'm confused now looking at this series going through it. I think obviously the next one's Dust 2, no question, but as for Decider...
I expected a Dust 2 Decider,
No, absolutely not. Alternate aTTaX, some of their best wins have come on this map.
Maybe Vertigo?
Biggest blowouts, but that's what I thought too, right? I was thinking Vertigo, but now it almost feels guaranteed Ancient. This has to be an Ancient Decider. There's like no world in my mind where we go to Mirage. Yeah, okay, this makes a little more sense.
Okay.
Alternate aTTaX on Ancient, I mean, they've been shaky. I almost want to see a Mirage, but... then again, there's some really good pieces on this TSM team, so maybe you want to stray away from that. I couldn't really tell you, but wholeheartedly, I almost feel like this series gets decided in 2. Both of them, their best maps are Inferno and Dust 2. I don't really see much of a world where we see a monumental difference, and it almost feels like we play the same kind of affair twice.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to rationalize in my head how this veto has gone in many ways. I think it could have gone so many different ways that's why it's kind of hard to grasp, right? Because I think almost any map right now in the pool, TSM could have gone comfortably into a pick 4 outside of maybe, I don't know, Anubis, where they don't have very many reps, or a Vertigo, where alternate attacks are probably the better team on in general on most days, I would say also. I don't know. It's interesting. It's definitely interesting. And I think as an Inferno beginning, it's going to be a very interesting series, because I don't really often get Inferno picks. They're usually like deciders nowadays for me, at least, casting these CCTs. and I want to get a little bit more info. I want to get a little bit more data on what the meta for that might be like for a team that has better communication, or at least expectedly so, right? Both of these teams having their national language be all the same across the board. I think that's going to be a little bit more of a leg up in terms of being able to spot out maps where fast rotations are required, where support and team play are going to be needed a little bit more snappy, and maybe where decisions are going to be made a little bit quicker as well. And Dust 2 being the second just kind of reinforces that same school of thought, in my opinion.
Yeah, I kind of agree, because they're very hectic maps where you have to make moves very much so on the fly. We see a lot of times teams like lose advantages quickly because they're just not fast enough at moving players around the board, and could partially be because of the language barrier that a lot of these international teams face, but it is irrelevant here. And if I do like something, it is Danish Inferno. I've always been a fan of Danish Inferno, albeit I haven't seen a ton of it in current day's Counter-Strike because nobody plays that.
Yeah.
Because it's bad.
Oh, it's bad.
Oh, it's bad. Well, what do you think about Vertigo, though? That's the real question.
I mean, I don't think Vertigo is very good either. I think our map pool is very not good across the board, if I had to say. I think we have a very boring and flat map pool.
I mean, I like Vertigo. I've always been a Vertigo lover. Maybe
I think the last version of
not as
Vertigo
much
was
after the
fine.
changes.
I think it was fine.
Okay, we're talking like pre-opening up a site change, right?
Yeah, I thought it was fine.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? I can handshake on that. Same with Anubis. I liked it. I liked it
Anubis.
before.
I like
they made
Anubis
any
now.
changes.
I'm
Or not.
fine
I'm
with
sorry, not Anubis. Ancient.
Okay.
Where they removed that box on Catwalk. I mean, it was clunky, but I'm just not a big fan of that because it feels like it discourages teams from taking mid as much as they did before, or taking B ramp as much as they did before. So the map kind of boils down to this like long-winded smoke battle of just burning through utility in the first like 20 seconds and then waiting for another minute.
Yeah.
Yeah. As for like Dust 2, I've always been a Dust 2 hater, but I don't think it's fun.
I actually don't know what happened, dude, but that addition of the little like self-boost box, it actually kind of reinvigorated me for Dust 2 a little bit. Like,
I did like it.
Such a small change with such big implications for both CT and T sides. It's really cool in my opinion. I actually like that little change. I need more of across like any other map. Like, give me one of those for every map in the current pool, and I think that like, I don't know, it just really changes the pace of a game.
That always makes me think of the ideal change I would have had for Dust 2, because I never thought A-Site was the issue. I think it was a issue, not the issue. But I always wanted like another avenue to retake B.
Yeah.
Either like remove the doors and open it up, because the problem with B is it's so narrow to retake. You either have to come through tunnels, narrow, you have to walk through doors, line up, or you have to come through window, narrow. So like there's no open angles to play from and off angles and whatnot. But anyway, we'll stop talking about our own theoretical map changes, as much as I hated the ones to Inferno as well, and we'll go straight into it and see what TSM do with those changes and maybe move forward.
And Valde's played under so many different in-game leaders on Inferno to this point in his career in Danish Counter-Strike, to where he probably has such a wealth of knowledge to be able to give. I mean, MSL for one, like a huge name in Inferno in Danish Counter-Strike history. You think maybe Alexi B as well, Cadian. These are some players that he should have been able to take and sponge up some good information on, with a lot of different schools of thought on how to play the map, with Alexi B, I think, being one of the prime examples of how the map could be played. And yeah, Nexa as well, on how the map should be played right. And Alexi B is never strayed away from this map at all, so in every iteration of every team he's ever been on, he's been at least somewhat successful in what otherwise is a very difficult situation to make good off of. Talk about like the NIP roster, but Valde now, with all the pieces he'll need, and probably some preferred roles at the very least. I want to see just how they do this one. And Syra with the dual Berettas, tasked with top banana, forced off and away. But alternate attacks might have just done actually their worst and possible determining factor to the round maneuver if he's going to go over towards the other site.
This is what they wanted. TSM wanted them to come back into A and encouraged this by showing presence over at Car. Only question now becomes, what does this flash do? Because whilst this is a good setup from TSM, if placed properly, I don't really know how much impact it'll have. They're trying to sneak out of the apartments. The flash is seen. One man's distracted, but Nico taps away the first, and it's a good distraction. Now they need to cross over to the site. With the bomb still carried on it. Those are the two kills I was waiting for from alternate attacks, and that's why I said impact was going to be limited.
This is the tap away from the player from the pit, and Zyphon now giving them that opener from lane side. It's a little bit underheld, but they've got Archway to where a majority of the push from then onwards will come through. And I don't really, I I don't really know what more TSM could have done with what they had at that point in time. I thought it was going to be a more lane-heavy take in general from what it was, but I guess the redirection towards Archway is just them in their hands being forced as that second smoke plume is what else is Sarah to do. I actually like how slow and controlled Nico looked over the lane. If you give him like half a second longer, I think he might be able to put together another kill. But
It's just so hard, right? Because
so
you got
hard.
so many people coming out of apps.
One's shooting him from the top side of the balcony, and one's already hit the floor.
And there's so many different off angles you can play too,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
You can be back on the balcony, you can be on top of the railing,
Bang.
you can be on the car. So, all things considered, I also kind of did like the way he played it, taking the fight around the left side.
Yep.
It's the most even-cut duel you're going to get there.
Oh, high-low on the B site, though. That could be actually pretty fruitful, depending on whether or not Valde activates at the same time Syra does.
Spacing, too. Very, very important. I almost wonder if it's good enough. No, but won't matter if Freeze just wins it outright. Now, do they expect the second here? Not uncommon to see a high-low, but very uncommon to not play 2B. Freeze barely scratched on him in the second duel.
It's a shame. It's a pretty decent idea, and it looked like they might have cleared him out after that. They might not have, but he gives them that opening duel, and where really, what are you to do in general, as it were, that B-bomb site losing its first man really made it impossible. In this point in time, it's just going to be only these weapons looking to just be carried over and do another round to where they weren't going to be able to reinvest fully anyway.
Well, at least they get to keep a couple of these weapons, right? I always like when things like this happen because it's interesting to see how teams play when they have these like shoe-in ecos, is what I like to call them.
Yeah.
Or rather, shoe-in forces maybe would be a better term. But the point is, this is a full eco with 3 guns.
Just to clarify in the chat, because I think you did make a good point, and I just wanted it to be known. Somebody did bring up a good point, saying that you in the pre-show had said TSM is old age-wise, but
Yes.
but that the average team age is 23.8. But I think more so the point you were making was that the core of the team are aged 29, 27, and 26, and Syra being 17 years old is going to heavily bring that down.
Is only. But I'm saying like it's only bringing it down to like what can still be seen as an old age.
Yes.
For a roster.
Even
Or
then,
rather
like if bro was like you know, a normal player age for this level of play, like a consistent like 20, 21 years old, and then they're
be like
already like
27.
25 or 20, yeah, 25 or a little higher. It's even still, it's insane. Although they did, you know, I just wanted to make a statement on that because it can be very easily misconstrued just by seeing the average team age.
Yeah.
They've got an anchor in Syra.
But the point is, there's now youth on this team.
Yeah, him and Zyphon
Well,
gonna be
beyond
able to.
Zyphon.
Yeah, him and Zyphon be able to kind of do like a 1-2. Also very happy to
And
see
it's good,
Zyphon
'cause,
still
you know,
fighting around.
As those guys get better and better, your team around them will get better and better. More of a reliable piece to build. Kind of like adopting a kitten instead of a cat. I know you're smirking.
I'm not. I
You can ask
wasn't,
if you want to.
unfortunately. I just was thinking of different things I could have said in order to get back to you, but to get back to you on that, it's Nico who gets back to them at Banana. With the nades to go deeper beyond, he's just going to send fire into the smoke. Finds a pair of frags, and Hyped, not that healthy. He's now going to need a little bit of support from the rest with a rifle in the hands of Arrow. This is obviously going to be their bonus round either way, Anthram, but even so, for this one to be the one that TSM pulls away with, it's a very nice save in the previous in hindsight.
This is why, man, you can't be sleeping on these, and they've still got 2 MP9s over at B. So it's not like you're all bailed out when one kill comes in. The second could absolutely do that, unless you don't trade them. 4 kills from Nico's MP9. A nice little $2,400 couldn't hurt your buy in the following round. Win or lose, but something tells me it won't be written down as a loss.
This is Perks with only 45 seconds left to try and make something of these unarmored players. And Nico, who's been put into the red from all the duels he's already having been taken. Syra locking him in from Mexico, not going any higher above though, just awaiting him to walk above his line of sights. But it's Perks who's actually taken a new route. He's got the bomb. I wonder if he's going to try and sneak his way over to A. He definitely could, but he's going to need to be a little bit loud about it at some stage in it. But he's instead going to leave this one up to no debate. No contest. It is dark as hell in this room. Somebody light something. Any candles?
Fixed mesh clipping.
Is this actually what it looks like in the video game right now? Did Valve do this in the last update? So what the heck?
I really hope they didn't.
It looks kind of chill. I mean, like if I lived there in real life, it wouldn't be that big of an issue. You could just turn on like a like a candle on the stove or something.
A candle on the stove. That sounds like a way to get your house blown up.
Okay.
But a candle could be cool. That'd be nice. Some mood lighting. I'll buy you dinner too if you want.
I'm okay.
Darn. Playing hard to get. Oh well. TSM.
No means no. Get it through your head. MP9 for Syra. He's going to be the one to have been given over that weapon while the rest get their upgrades. Nico deservingly so. 5-1 at this stage and just trying to stop whatever might be a speedy A-site take, a snap from the MAC-10. As they've not yet been the main to entry. It's been player out through Apps who's going to be able to stop them as Nico once again putting up a firewall. And in the 1 versus 3, it's Siphon who's been put into the site. Left to just find one more kill beyond that to deny the bomb plant, but they've already made their way out through Archway. Nico again the hero.
And that stings so much too because Nico, they lined up. They lined up for him. So it's not only him finding the kill on the man round double stack, but it's them then walking into him with the bomb. So it takes so much longer to progress the round because that was the last apartments guy. Somebody now has to jump up into your 2 site players' crosshairs to recover the bomb and then maybe fight for the round. So hard to go against that. I mean, dude, A-site crossfires are some of the best in the whole game, if you ask me.
Freeze already dispatched of not so long after that arrow gone. It's the first 20 seconds of the round, and they've already gotten everything they need in order to contain. As now Akar may go looking in towards that AWP in the next round as he continues to farm up money from both round wins as well as SMG frags. And that second round victory we were talking about, or excuse me, the third round victory we were talking about a few moments ago from TSM, thanks to the SMG of Nico, is just giving them so much extra cash to work with down the line to where they should have no issues and lose no guns in this round. They're going to be a serious threat moving down the rest of this first half.
0 damage, by the way. It's not just no kills, it's no damage. They didn't get scratched. They just drove their shiny new Corvette through New York City. And it looks like it's fresh off the dealership. And now, they have to see how it looks on the highway as they go speeding down into the 5th or rather 6th round altitude attacks. Finally enough engine to catch up to him. Maybe missing a couple bits and pieces, but it's good enough.
Scope for mid makes it all the more easy for them to take their duels in isolation with anybody else who's gone ahead of them. And you can see now that even in the 3 versus 4, it's Perks who wants to get active as he's already found 1 frag. It's a speed into the apartments that may not be anticipated by the rest of TSM, and Zyphon's going to need to be careful of his left side. As Valde was holding on to it for a few moments, but a smoke now might allow them to just play deeper in towards the site or at least get some support from Acor.
I'd be astonished if Perks is leading this alone. On 22 health, forget about it, man. But even so, you cannot afford to lose 1 man at B. And it's hard because you're going against Nico, who has had a crazy game to start this. 8-2 in 5 rounds. Not exactly the guy I'd be testing, but what's even funnier is that you spotted him the past 2 times he went there, so if you're playing against him, you'd still be wrong.
Ollie in between them and the site as they wanted to get deeper into it. He'll delay for only a few seconds, but the second volley that I think wanted to do and accomplish the same goal is extinguished by virtue of their smoke being put out sooner and more shallow than maybe that they had anticipated, as they're going to be able to get that bomb in. They're going to be able to play a post-plant scenario where Hyped and Perks, both with AK-47s, could be potent, but elevated is Valde. Easiest kill for him to get, and the most important of them, as it leaves the last 2 in the red, and it leaves them in somewhat of a crossfire, but one that will only be good enough for a single kill, I can only assume. At a flash high, 2 blind, Nico's gone, and Valde bows out. He tucks. It'll keep him comfortable into the next fight, at least, as he elevates once again, not towards the boost, but instead over the top side of the back booth of the back hall. It's a 4th round, but one that still was maybe even a little bit more called into question than we were expecting.
I was a little worried there for a moment that flash was going to be the undoing of TSM's retake, man. 1, maybe half second away from that being a 2-on-2 and a completely different outlook. And, you know, it's funny, because I'm thinking in the mid-round how much it almost feels like in Counter-Strike, the HEs, like gambling is encouraged, because they cross over to the site, 2 of them in the red, as we already saw. And Nico has an HE, but instead tries to use it to blow up the smoke in CT. Whereas if he had just bounced it off the wall, it's a free kill, bomb doesn't even go down. But it's, you know, hindsight's 20/20, right? It's just like gambling.
Pistols once more. Alternate attacks once again finding themselves at the mercy of their opponents, who fully automatic rifles are also somewhat low on utility. Interestingly enough, despite having upwards of $8,000 to $10,000, they still are able to hold it in. But Tech9, Freeze on a swivel, able to find a pair, and that might have given his teammate a way to get that bomb planted towards Zyphon for yet another round left as the last standing in the hold. He's going to be able to find a multi-frag and play tag team with Nico, as those two are getting everything they need done in each of these rounds. Feels like not being able to get these bomb plants even. German squad are going to find themselves broke more often than they would like to be, as they've already faced 3 save rounds.
Maybe more to come if TSM don't put their foot on the brake, or rather don't put their foot on the brake. That's a good HE. I'm a little caught by surprise with it doing like 30. All right, Zyphon, relax. I forget. No, that's the Molly that you do it with, not the incendiary. Okay.
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about?
Oh.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, that's what he was saving it for. The all-coveted mid-molly with nobody there. Now we tune to B. It was actually pretty promising the few times they've gone for it. So I'm not entirely against this. I actually kind of like it, though. There is a third player already having rotated. Zyphon, only a flash to support, but depending on where you put it, again, would be all you need.
Flash held with 2 players able to utilize it. It's going to be okay.
Oh
I was
my
gonna say,
God.
really nice for them, but just as nice for Zyphon. He's able to put in his 2 cents. It's 3 kills in the matter of seconds into we're tapping away on the other side of the smoke with the sound cue to boot. It's gotten him not only the first kill, but knowledge into where Arrow could be playing from opposite the fountain. It's so easy. A simple triple once more. And it just feels like they're being hard red right now, Ultimate Attacks. 3 players in that way. All 3 of them to find 1 kill before the bomb's even put down with damage on top of that. Oh man, like what do you even do?
I just like what TSM do in the mid-round there, because it's not just them sitting back and then taking a gamble. It's using their utility to get that information. So whilst, yes, I was joking around about Zyphon throwing that molly in no man's land, it was all a distraction, right? So he could start to clear out some of these angles. Okay, nobody's mid, check abs, okay, nobody's here. And then you're like, okay, it's 50 seconds left. Nobody's in these basic setup angles. This is going to be a B hit. At least the suspicion was. So, set up for it, and then spam the smoke for 2 kills on a rifle round. Oh, A-Corp. That might be a route back in. They don't know about Monte still in CT, but there's no way you walk through the smoke, right? There's just no way. They're still holding it. They're still looking. You almost wonder, how well does this timing do you? Not well at all. If they deal with the man in ult, put it back to a 2-on-2, the retake is feasible, but without this extra piece of help, this feels like it's just a save. Oh my god, and they missed it.
Timing.
It is like crazy unlucky.
Yeah, between now, the two of them, his perks, he's just going to be maybe getting kill on Desiphon as he's at bottom banana. They haven't yet met in contact. It's so curious, but jump scare, and he's still going to be able to find that kill. Good crosshair placement onto the swing back out. Xiphon never going to be able to do any better.
Is it weird to say that I'm alarmed about their B holds, even though they're up 6-3? Because, I mean, look at the start of this round. When's the last time you saw a 5-on-3 on Inferno brought back so handedly? And almost every one of the kills, actually every one of the kills does come at B off of isolation. You've got Sierra at the start of the round, then you've got A-Core, then you've got Valde. All in attempts to fend off a B push.
First time in a long time, I think we'll see full weaponry for them to utilize alternate attacks with the AWP to boot, into where now it's already been tossed over to Auzik, who's been tagged down to 16 HP. Bogdan's Law in full effect, trying to make best use of his life, and the weapon will make him a lot more of a threat in this round, but maybe somewhat limiting to Hyped, as he probably would have liked to have that as an option for him to utilize. Instead, now playing support for the rest of the crew. Has yet to take top banana control or top brackets control. Soon to be, I think, the latter. So it looks like they're gearing up towards it. It would be for the best.
A lot of time being wasted, though. So again, they've opted to stack. I believe it's 3B. I may be missing somebody at A. I'm not entirely sure. Okay, well, attack's not necessarily put properly, but if you hold this right and grab 2, or the op comes through, then it might not matter where the numbers are, because you're doing everything you need to. 26 seconds, buying time, dropping utility, getting more kills. This is a textbook A defense right now from TSM, and it can be done nothing but a save call from alternate attacks.
So weird having to call a save like that when it's just shut down. Like it's execution that's just very rarely does an execution just get shut down and they get to save. It's usually they're all dead. They don't even get the opportunity to reasonably go in for the full commitment, Anthran. It's like,
yeah, it's.
Where do you even go right now? Maybe focus on Arch a little bit more. Maybe these lane and halls pops just aren't getting them into the bomb site for a plant. Even 3 times they've failed.
I think this is one of the situations where, whilst I agree, I still think that's kind of overcomplicating the bigger issue right now, which is just spacing. There's so many times you see alternate attacks lose a kill whilst people are in somewhat close proximity, and then everybody's on a different page on when they want to go in for another peek, when they want to trade, or when they want to try and get map control. There, we see 4 or 3 players in abs. 1 kill comes through on the guy in balcony, and then they don't know whether they want to go or stay or swing or not peek, and they end up losing people one by one with no trades. And that's everywhere you look. It's been happening on B, it's been happening in mid, it's been happening in A. Even though they've won on B, it's not like they're quick trades.
This is a new position for Zyphon, I think, to uphold as well after having found that first kill of his. Actually go unnoticed as Hype walks up towards the archway, excuse me, to try and find another kill back. At least they get the refrag, at least I say, but aCore's ready and waiting. Another player who's also not really all been that tested in this game, and that's probably a really good thing. I think that's actually a pretty big plus for them that aCore hasn't been tested, because it just shows how far away from the bomb sites they get from him before he even gets to see anyone. He's the kind of upper that holds a line, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just... I still think there's a lot of issues happening for Alternate Attacks more so than TSM having to do much.
I mean, sure. Like, the setups, the positioning looks fine. Like, I don't know. I don't know what could be going better for Alternate Attacks except for shooting them. Yeah, no, for sure.
Oh, wow, that's... He starts the round. Look, Alternate Attacks give him a lot of
oh, man.
One thing, they've had banana control almost this entire game. I love that counter at the start from TSM, putting pressure on banana, then having a walk down mid. It's flawless. However, you saw them toss away a big advantage before. I'm not going to count it done, but Arrow doesn't seem entirely suspicious of them already being that deep in this. Actually, maybe he is, because Sierra's just going to lose that duel. This is 3-on-5. I'm sorry, 3-on-2. I don't know where I'm pulling 5 from.
It's okay. We forgive you.
Oh, they know. He knows. He knows. He knows.
And there's the bomb. There's the round. An arrow already having been found and made note of by Valve, who've been so very much aggressive at the bottom side of mid, further beyond where they had even expected following Syra's dispatch of 9-3. TSM's Inferno's looking pretty good. I mean, about as good as you could come to expect. The utility is on point as you would come to hope from Danish Counter-Strike. Passed down from generations to generations, or the banana take nades. And that second spray, you just didn't even reset. That's so crazy.
Crazy?
Sorry. That is so overdone, old. You're washed. Need new material.
Get the Homelander music for you while you say that.
But only 4 rounds left for TSM now, to where this pistol round could send things spiraling and onto the map of Dust 2 into the second, the CT side, to where aCore is then going to need to really get his whistle wet. He's going to be taking duels more often than not. That's where these riflers aren't going to be so available to bail him out. And that's where Hyped also can get a little bit more activated. So that's the clash I'm excited to see. But in this map, more consistency from the players we've pointed the finger at. Even notice, though, is this B site having at least 1 player with dual Berettas. There are 3 in total, though, and they don't seem to be dissuaded.
They've got mollies. I don't know how much this dualies threat is going to actually be. The only issue is no flashes. So if you want to pop that smoke, hey, be their guest. You've just used both of yours, so it kind of feels like a lost cause. If you don't, there's the mollies, and they're going to run boost through it. I actually love that backup plan. A flash of the CT's own. They're still going into the site. Reload. If they catch this, we're back to even Stevens. That just did not hit his head. So Zyphon, unlucko, bucko. You're going to play a 1-on-3, and you're going to like it. They are absolutely everywhere. What is going on, man?
This guy's crazy. Spinning like a Beyblade, man.
You just had to say that word, bro.
Beyblade.
You say that word and like in a sleeper agent in me wakes up as soon as you say crazy.
Beyblade?
Crazy, not Beyblade. It's more of a Bakugan kid anyway.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, that makes sense. You say that. You say
No,
that
adds
like
up.
it's derogatory.
Oh, that explains it. Yeah.
Okay, but come on. You can't tell me it wasn't fun throwing him onto those little metal cards or whatever.
Yeah, it was.
Probably had some, like, chemicals in them that were bad for you or something.
What?
That's probably why.
Jeez. All right.
You don't remember those cards?
I don't remember
They
the
used to be, like-
chemicals. They were just magnets, dude.
No, I know I'm messing with you. It was.
Oh my gourd.
It's kind of like how there used to be, like, what, asbestos and, like, in houses and stuff, like, a long time ago. It makes sense in my head.
Chemicals in the Bakugan cards.
No, it's actually in the water, and you should see what it's doing to the frogs.
I'm hitting my head, man. Somebody in chat gave into your delusions.
Delusions.
Crazy? I was crazy once.
Lock me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with the rats.
And rats make me crazy. The gap now starting to tighten. It seems like alternate attacks want this one a little bit more than maybe we'd give them kudos to, as it's a different style of TSM play than what we had seen from the alternate attacks in their pistol round loss. Or did they win?
TSM won the first pistol.
Yeah, okay, so, okay, I was right. Yeah, alternate attacks after they had lost the pistol round took a little
No,
bit
alternate
more.
attacks did win the first pistol.
Okay, so we're just lying to me now.
I thought it'd be funny.
All good.
Colon 3. It was cute, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, now my storyline's broken, so instead of telling the one that I was going to, I'll tell the one of the fact that they've got a stupid number of people up towards bracket side right now, alternate attacks, into where TSM getting that control is going to be near impossible, honestly. But if they note that there are at least 3 players in this area, then maybe they can get themselves room over towards that B site as Nico's looking to clear it out, spotted over top. A spam through the window might get him some damage or a kill, but he's going to be running him through. The flashbang blinds the first, tucked and turned his perks, but in the next, in the cubby, is Arrow. They've got so many avenues of escape, but you can't escape Zyphon right now as he snaps to the head of Hypton, where one bullet would have killed him. The nade will take Nico and will keep it even keel, but 35 seconds means they need to commit.
I don't even know how you deal with perks, though, because you don't have the time to group back up together, and you don't even, you can't deal with the guy in Banana either. Syra, you have all of the information you could ask for, but how do you navigate this round? The answer is you don't. Oh my, that was honestly a crazy read from alternate attacks, and an even better way to do it. Also, Tony.
What?
You may have liked Beyblade.
Okay.
I may have liked Bakugan.
Uh-huh.
But can we collectively shake hands and laugh at the guy who said Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yeah. Yeah, we can.
Alright.
I can point and laugh at that.
Alright, sweet.
And I can do that because I've got a caster friend who is also very deeply into Yu-Gi-Oh.
Fine.
Yeah.
Fine.
I can do that.
As soon as you said guys, I knew where it was going.
Yeah,
bro.
we can point and laugh at that. It's okay. Just kidding. We can all appreciate and enjoy the things that we enjoy and appreciate. I'm not gonna genuinely say you can't. I think that there's room for all. We can share this earth. There's not a lot going in the way of TSM in this round, though, where they're once again going to be met with the alternate attacks brute force of the CT side, pushing them in the opening seconds, eliciting them to walk up after the fact that they know they've vacated the area, but Banana's still very much in the control of them, is right up close and personal. It's aCore's Deagle, decimates Arrow, and leaves Freeze with decisions to be made now as the lone defender. And the rifle being thrown back by no armor on aCore. It could be put to better use by, say, a Zyphon.
Yeah, I kind of like that move. Give up the gambit, make them think maybe. Actually, of course you're gonna recover the info regardless. Duh, forget about that. But Valde, Zyphon, both good candidates to wield this one lone M4. And you only need to get 1 kill on B. So whether you lose 2 people in the expenditure of actually just trading this guy out, and you get a plant, that's a benefit. That's a win. However, if again taking a little too long, and now they have to deal with a second man and hyped through CT spawn. Issue is not 1 smoke, not 1 flash. Only thing they've got are the hopes and dreams aiding them into crossing the CT side of better things. Yonk will have easy pickings of an already done and dusted round, so I thought, nice shot, but with no bomb. Okay, are they gonna kill him at the time? No, okay, that'd have been cool.
Should have had Syra backwards bunny hop out into CT spawn. Then Valde could have had a better swing, but having him go first, it was never going to be easy, I'll tell you that much. It's 7. It's a step in the right direction. And where this one for TSM is going to be really the determining factor as to whether or not we will see us at an even line to walk, as bomb plant and full loss bonus will give them a purchase at least, but One without the other will not. AK-47s for everyone to use, though, is... That one getting as close as it did still, I think, was pretty good, considering maybe, I think, 5 Deagles was brought into that, and 2 players with body armor. Not the worst thing in the world. Yop wants to get active. He wants to get initiated, and towards Banana, it'll be Syra the first to fall. The new man not given a new lease on life, instead sent packing, and his teammates with the fear of God struck into them at a smoke to at least give them room to breathe. But room, excuse me, not towards Banana itself.
I almost want to say that engagement leaves them worse off in this round. They had to keep that third man at B because of all of the info. They put so many players down so low, and they burned a lot of utility from alternate attacks. Now, if they actually pop on A, there was a big gap to exploit in the fact that there were only 2 there. However, great response and great defense from alternate attacks, using the little util they had to stall them out. Look at where that's gotten them. Right into the meaty crossfire, right where you want them. Hype's got to trade through a smoke. You still got another man in pit to worry about. No way you're crossing in for free. The low price of 2 kills is what it'll cost. We'll see if that's enough for their build. 2 low members still to discuss. The bomb could bait a peek. You want to deny it, but that's the only guy who had health. Oh.
We had the read for a second there. You saw him jiggle looking out at the balcony, and, you know, not really enough room and time for him to clear, with also the worry of the swing out from library at the same time, so... Still damn near close enough, and cerebral in his repositioning and moving around that smoke. Gets him a couple frags, but like I had said, without a bomb plant, this buy, if they want to go in for it, fully investing, TSM are going to be limited to say the least. Good on Hyped. No smoke to deny him his vision. Second kill onto Arrow was actually really impressive. I thought for sure he would just go for the full stick and die out.
I actually thought it was cooked. I legitimately thought it was just chalk.
Still yet to buy anything, though. Mac 10s? Okay.
I mean, his T side is fizzling out hard.
Yeah.
And I actually did want to say beforehand, it's weird because in the past, alternate attacks have had a very, notable dust chain. Throughout this roster's entire, existence, they've always had a very good dust chain. That's not the play. You don't want to be giving him 1v1s. Zyphon doesn't even know if he's turned around or not. You wouldn't dare go for this peek, would you?
Clears it slow but sure in medium to close range. The Mac 10 still making it happen, but making it happen from the pits before he's Batmaned by Nico. There's still a bomb plant to be had and a smoke to deny vision for at least a few moments, and Nico upgrades. He's got an A1S. He's gotten himself and his teammate a sight. And this could be a big play from Arrow, excuse me, to walk back in towards the site as Freeze has already made himself an absolute ninja up through lane. Quietly he'll crawl in, and the both of them unprepared for his presence. And before they even get the C4 down, they make that one their round.
You know, Freeze does God's work there, but I almost want to give the credit to Arrow because the way he distracts that pit player from looking back into lane is honestly what wins them that round. He spots first the bomb carrier cross over to the site, then they hear the shots come in from, or rather he sees the smoke come in from pit. Then instantly, you know where they both are. So your only job, set up Freeze. How do you do that? By making sure that arch player, that pit player, has to look at that smoke. He has to spray it, so you can't have an isolated duel onto your site player.
Way to go for this control, and it's a boost over the half wall and not a wide swing through the smoke. The flashbang going to be playing distraction as Nico has Hype's number right now on the AK-47. It feels like he's just been tagging it along as an extremity slash entry player, both in tandem, as he's been somewhat caught off by the aggressive brackets positioning before. There's nobody there this time around, and looking to replace that maybe soon enough is his teammate.
How do you fend off this round in a 4-on-3? It sounds easy enough, but it's absolutely tricky for the CTs. Especially when B is so CT-sided. And at this point, do you even bother committing here? because they are probably stacking off of that one kill. You've got Nico in apps. It's not like you don't have a horse to go back to A with, and that's what they're exploring right now. Nico's about to give them the reason to do it too. There's no way you go. Right? There's just no way. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Wait. Oh my god. If he had waited for Volde to go through that smoke, he easily wins the round. But now it's cooked.
No, I don't think it's cooked. aCore's still going to have to plant. It's going to take him a good 4 seconds as he gets there. And repositioning is not going to be easy either. It's just a matter of one good clear from Alzik if he wanted to head his way up through into bracket side. But he actually doesn't offer himself up. Doesn't give any chances or looks in. So now they're playing shoulder to shoulder practically. aCore and Nico.
Yeah.
Nothing to do there. Call
That's
it
the
first
issue,
round
right?
on their T side.
It's just so many places to look, and only so many places Ozak could come from, so 1v2 on paper, like, yeah, it's not that big of a deal. Also, wow, that wasn't just a visual bug. That's just how this looks now. Okay, cool. But when you have Nico pretty much in CT, looking at all of the angles he's coming from, not committing, and you don't see him for a certain period of time, you know he's either A, saving, or B, going up through mid. And at that point, that's why you see them plant for CT. It just becomes impossible. So, nonetheless, it seems TSM have finally broken the streak. A little bit of a curse taken with them. And maybe some good times can come rolling again. They did well for a majority of that first half, and it's been absent good. 6 concurrent finally thwarted.
And then on, though. Banana control. Going to be given a push and a pull. And where it looks like alternate attacks very much so have come out on top of more often than not. This round, no difference. Dolly and Sire already having been given off and plucked. It's a tie back from them that they want once again. And Nico just time and time again getting all this hall space on his lonesome. It's a pretty good guarantee that he'll be able to do so in the last couple of rounds. So giving him that responsibility has netted them the ability to use a number of players over towards Banana and keep things in good conscience. But now with their numbers dwindle, it won't really come to matter how many numbers he gives them to utilize over at Banana side, because they've just lost everything else outside and elsewhere. They can't do anything. Can't snap back. Snap out of this lackadaisical look onto an offensive, but aCore, what was that flick onto the second? The shot through the wall was one thing, but to tally up another one in that same fashion now is the lock-in from Banana. Looks like it would have been the round ender. Instead, it's the opener for Zyphon to maybe hightail it over into a freeze. Can't be too hasty about his duel. He's alone.
He's got to smoke. Freeze, you can't take this fight. You can't do it. And now they know he's in CT.
Oh,
this
nice.
is a free bomb plant for Zyphon. Ultimately, this round has turned into a win by getting that on the board. Now, where do you move? Where do you hold? Zyphon, they don't want to give you these duels. And at the back of the site he goes. He'll be trying to big brain them. Give Church. They think you take Church or something like that. It's the first clear. Big headshot. Leaves it to a 20 HP Ozak. I think Herd coming up from Banana. Anonymity gone. At this point, you know all cards are shown except the AG, which puts you to even footing. That's why you step out with the element of surprise and take an 11th with it.
A 1v3 for Zyphon. Well done. When things were looking unnaturally out of their hands, he brings it right back, and from the jaws of potential defeat to what would have been a reset, to what would have been a tie score once more in 11, not far off. It's aCore we have to look back to into the 2 versus 5. It would hit some absolute stunners without vision onto the first, knowledge of his position, and pure reactions to find the second. It's Zyphon who does not waste his teammate's life sacrificed in that time. 2v5 that can't be afforded now on your opponent's map pick, to which you were this close of pulling in its map point to follow unless they go in for an absolutely disgusting force.
man. Map point on the horizon for TSM. I almost didn't think we'd be seeing it, considering how dire things had looked, but this is what veterans do. Things look dire, they know how to adjust. They know how to adapt on the fly. Exactly what they did. Seeing some great flashes through this stack. There's nothing there. Lose 2 people, who cares? Cash is practically spilling out of your pockets. Especially if you only have to have 1 more round. So ignore the fact that Sierra needs a buy.
Three rounds is what it'll take in consecutive order to where TSM should be more than good enough to be able to fight back in each of these rounds, regardless of the outcome. It's alternate aTTaX who have to fight tooth and nail to the bitter end, and losing 3 or even 4 players and winning will still not be a great look for them, seeing as they're still nearing that $0 mark, and it's banana control by virtue of a lacking of utility that they're going to be able to take a missed flash by a margin to where Valde needs to regain and recover. Nobody actually directly in the sight from the Germans, though.
I get worried for every piece of utility they throw kind of unanswered, because they actually don't have a ton to stop them from getting into this B site. So if you just kind of splurge through it without an actual reason, then you're going to screw yourselves over at the end of this round. But with that kill on Nico, I almost am surprised they don't just gung-ho exec in. Have to wait out that smoke, but now you're going through a 3-man stack.
Smoke in the face of Hyped, to which he jumps around and about to the deep dark. He's got players now holding in the coastlines to where one flash might leave him in the doldrums. They're going to fight through, one to the left and one to the right to jump up and spot him, but ammo not enough in his gun. Calling upon Freeze with his. Into FAMAS, the extra 5 will make all the difference in an AK recovered with not a single kill for TSM yet, and it doesn't look like there will be one unless given for free. And Syra, the wider swing onto the Opera, who misses the mark with 20 seconds and 23 HP. I think he's going to try and get out of there, but try as he may, he's locked.
Now, at this point, you got to go for damage. You know they are too far advanced to just try and save your weapon. It's not going to happen. So,
good
not
kill.
dying at the time is the biggest deal. I was a little worried, man. That kill in CT. Bomb plant goes down. It's a 1-on-2 with both of them coming up from Banana. But no, we relax for now.
See an AK for Valde. He can afford as much with armor to go along with it. Pistols for the support. And where if they want to juggle around that weapon in due time, they very well could. In the final round of regulation, they'll also have about as much as they'll need. So they've budgeted. They've ensured everybody's going to be able to get all the bells and whistles. Competitive to finish out. Inferno not yet done, though, delivering on almost all fronts. It's Valde delivering with an opener. It's not typically you'll see him sent forwards in such great success. Untraded to follow. But in that moment, the AK-47 let loose. They're going to need to go further beyond to try and grab it. Shoulder.
Out. This up. Yeah, you're not getting by that. Sure. That was the only way back in, right? Maybe snag a kill on the AK. I'll say B is open right now, so if they like W keyed in, they could have gotten a plant, but again, hesitation is kind of the name of the game right now, and they're playing it a little too quiet for being a 2-on-4 in an eco.
They're trying to min-max literally every angle they walk across, and frankly to no avail. And to their dismay, they're also going to be held in from Banana, as Freeze is already hot on their heels, just walking it out, and, you know, taking their time once again has just caught them in transition, trying to get the C4 to the site. Bye-bye. 23-12 Freeze is putting out one of those performances that you and I needed Hyped in perks now with someone to rise above. Freeze nears the 100 ADR mark, tailing just behind Zyphon, but in more ways than one, as they tail behind by just 1 round over time. Maybe soon to be forced.
This is like an okay buy, which I'm not expecting. I did not think this was going to go that far. Oh, I like this. Change of pace. It's been very slow, very cautious from TSM. It's always happened in the mid-round, most of these XX. Now, just a game of avoiding utility and then maybe popping in. No, it doesn't work. They've lost their timing.
But now alternate aTTaX are going to think it's a little more clear than it actually is, I believe. As Valde sends nades over. One flash, if they have one, would have been maybe the ticket in. But now they've got to stall out. Now they got to try a different way about it. And a dink onto aCore on a stray bullet from Freeze, and a dink onto his teammate as well. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's... Look, you said the word.
That's silly.
Too much. There you go. And they still have utility to stop them from coming in, too. It's not like they expended everything to get that kill, and then maybe you can play the late game. There's smokes, there's mollies, there's flashes, there's an HE. This is just dire, and it looks like we're going to overtime. Oh my god, if they didn't blow it open. That is curtains for regulation, my friend. Even a 360, don't do him like that!
Looks can be deceiving, as it looked like things were over with after the first half. Not quite. It's very much so still on. We are not done. Seemingly never finished. Our alternate aTTaX either, as they want more and more, and they'll fight for it. And to good success as of right now. It's just a matter of now closing out as you've gotten this close. Getting this far ahead, being able to fight, is simply going to hurt.
Yeah, this T-side's inconsistency is something worth mentioning.
Yeah, I kind of want to just see whether or not they can pull their heads out from beneath the sand for just like 1 round win now in overtime, and that would be better up.
It feels like TSM had this change in their game plan, and then it was just a counter adaptation from alternate aTTaX that never really got read onto by TSM, at least for the T side and how that goes. But hey, who am I to say? Minute to go, they've got the bomb, but they also don't really have any arguments to go anywhere at all.
So quiet, so slow in many of these takes are TSM, to where now as they crawl up through archway, it's going to be wishful thinking to try and break out, especially with the AWP having put himself into a spot where he'll be locked in if they come up through lane or apps too quickly for him. But up through the archway, it's exactly what the doctor ordered. aCore, buddy, just too much for me to believe in. It was a cool idea for him to switch out to the AK-47, flick back in an attempt to maybe just catch a quick kill before the pit player had peaked. Not to be. Unlucky is what you might call it, but frankly,
That's my word.
maybe undeserving right now.
Honestly, I kind of agree. But again, alternate aTTaX, they had one hell of a comeback to even make it this far, so I can't really harp on them. Zyphin, though, good start, wanting to change things around and change them from being so desperate to where maybe we start considering them taking the map they once had a lead upon. That's what's happened in this round, as everybody steps back into the line of play, and the A site's ripped from the grasp of alternate attacks.
It's different. Haven't seen this even one time. We've seen time after time aggressive maneuvers from them at Banana, net them rounds in the first, honestly, opening 20 to 30 seconds, but not very often have we seen it come flipped onto its head as a tie score once more. The CT side is what we had expected for TSM to be able to do their best work on, but Freeze is putting on quite the display right now, playing a practical refrag map onto the players, peeking him one after another from left to right sides. The swings eventually enough to topple him. Bomb site hold, just a little bit too late.
Bomb site hold really happened.
He's holding the B bomb site.
I wonder if the standings change if TSM walk into the second half with a lead. It's like I'm watching history change on the fly, or the future rather, with every decision made. That kill, oh, all of a sudden I'm seeing a different outlook. Pondering my orb.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I love referencing outdated wounds.
Yeah, I know.
I was almost about to just rip the craziest sound effects ever, but
Oh my god. One,
I was gonna like fully chomp down.
Syra, honestly, truthfully, being a little bit disappointing on all across the T sides. He's been consistently one of the first players, if not the first player to die.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's by design and part of the game plan, not really utilizing it to full effect, or if it's his own decision making, but what else is he supposed to do?
So T side, I think there's some argument, but I remember seeing him a lot on that initial CT side for TSM, and the plays he was making was just not great. A lot of advantages were given away, and he was kind of the helm, where he would stick around in a spot for too long, or commit to a duel they probably shouldn't have, or he was an untradeable
Terminator.
asset. Okay, alright, yeah, Zyphin, go kill. So I think it's fair to be a little underwhelmed. As for the T side, there's not really been a lot to pay attention to. Except these two, aCore and Zyphin. Hey, if the team can't do it, let's do it ourselves.
I think Nico and Zyphin have been the more impressive of the two. Nico's just constantly managing to find a kill on either side of the map. It's crazy how many times he'll find them a way back in. aCore was like the biggest impact round of any of the players in tandem with Zyphin, obviously, that 2v5, but
I actually think of all of the routes that Nico has given them on some of these T-sided rounds, even if not one. Nico is always doing his job so well that if things didn't go right at one side of the map, there is a world they can transition out. It's just usually things go so wrong that a late round rotation doesn't matter.
tactical timeout or
Case in
technical
point,
variety
you know.
timeout?
This is, I think, of the technical variety.
Nico and Zyphin are cooking them as best as they can right now, seasoning very, very nicely, and Freeze really the only one being able to put up the numbers in order to get them in, which is a rarity, but double the kills of his next teammate, or excuse me, almost double, because Perks is the one with 16, 30, and 14. To win, that's going to feel like an absolutely massive individual and personal victory. To lose, he's going to feel like, what more could I really have done?
Couldn't tell you. You know, one person that I, maybe disappointed is still the word, that I'm disappointed in, hyped. Especially considering, like, that was, like, the comeback they had happened on their CT side, and that's usually where you're going to see the AWP get the most involved. But he hasn't really been that X factor that I feel he normally is. Same with Perks. I won't say he's been disappointing, because, you know, it's kind of hard to have consistent impact on Inferno when you're a rifler, but he also hasn't been, like, the star of the show, like he normally is for Alternate Attacks. And they're still winning rounds.
It's been a long time since TSM have been here. A more familiar and cozy home. Relaxing. Would it be to have this banana control and hold on to it in the same manner in which they had so many a time before, but they've dumped all the utility once again with a couple pieces laid to the floor at the top side of banana CT corner, I believe. But even so, I mean, it's going to be a matter of retake that could be a problem. But if there's anything to talk about in response to that, in Devil's Advocate, it's the fact that there was never really a retake to be had on their CT side. It was always the bomb sites being held.
And that's the problem that Alternate Attacks need to address before we even think of discussing their possibilities on Dust 2. And if you can't retake a site or take a site on Inferno, well, maybe not retake, but if you can't take a site on Inferno, you're not taking a site on Dust 2. So very good point you bring up here, and they're taking their sweet time to actually pick a decision here. Now, TSM, normally, they go into these situations very informed, but this is all kind of a big question mark currently, and they're playing with that. The gamble's currently right. 27 seconds, not even. One thing goes wrong, and hell, Nico drops this molly, the round's probably done, and he's dropped it so deep, too, they have to go through it. They don't really have any other options, do they? Bomb jumps over the car, it's a free kill given away, and this is a game of misdirections. 13 seconds to go as the flank starts to activate. They're looking the wrong way, and he's still alive. 9 seconds as he crosses into the bomb site. They will get the plant, just in the nick of time.
Time maybe still allotted to TSM to get back into this one, but one smoke from Syra is going to be a big determinant. It's going to actually separate the vision from Alzik to Arrow, as he's going to have to swing wider from the box. It's going to be hard to be held, but it's the first that isn't quite ready for them to sneak up, but now position made known. Syra will elevate to where there's no escape really to hide behind that wall for much longer. There's more than enough timer on the bomb to be defused. 15 to 13. It looks like they might have just stabilized in the nick of time, you say. But in the nick of time, it's TSM who have come right back into this match.
And they've now given themselves 2 chances to close it out as well. Can't tell you whether it's poetic or unfortunate that they find themselves on map point first. Depends on which half you look at it from, but point is, they've still got 2 you've got to swallow the pride and deal with if you're Alternate Attacks. And you've got 3 players hot to trot right now. HOTTOGO.
Want to see what this means for the response of the Attacks, who had lost a man in the first opening stages of so many of their T-side rounds previous. Now they're taking it slow and controlled at the bottom side of Banana, the late base, which might have actually caught Acor off guard for a moment there as he looked to find himself higher up. An advantage duel, as he is going to be able to safely maintain it. It's the rest up through arch side to which Cypher's jiggling out and about, but he's given enough time to react as the shoulder and crawl and creep, where usually you'll see him find a double, is actually left with only the singular, and Perks just trying to play maybe delay and spoil. I'm not sure where the bomb is going to head, but it's got time to choose.
Watch out. Timing is a big factor right now. Oh, and he's going to get that kill. He didn't step back. The nade's just going to deal him down. Perks, I'm not sure if he was maybe waiting for somebody to come up with a flash, but it was just the wrong call to make regardless. Now they path into the site. Now you got to go through the M4. And Nico says, enough is enough. Inferno, he's written in the stars in the favor of TSM.
I mean, I'd say I can't believe they did it, but I can believe they did it. I absolutely can, as if it was ever going to go to an overtime, we couldn't have just expected their CT side to have vanished from what it once was, such a dominant score to look at from the 9-3 half. But as we do find ourselves at that point, can't help but find ourselves skeptics to their game plan and how stable they may find themselves following what was a breakdown, effectively, to where Alternate Attacks were able to find themselves back into that map. But even so, I think we just saw more of the same, which we had come to expect, come to enjoy from their defensive, and I think that Freeze has got to be a little bit upset with how that one had turned.
Yeah, they had their chances to close that, but I think that's the bottom line, right? Even though it's unfortunate and players are going to be upset, it wasn't really their game to win to begin with.
Yeah.
I mean, that late round show, you know, or I'm sorry, that late game flop of the T side is the reason they got back into it as well. But now you bring all that news into Dust 2. It seemed like the T side was a bit better off. I don't really know what advantages alternate aTTaX have now, but maybe we'll see something a little more optimistic when we return from the break.
I think that's really just going to be TSM now moving into this next map and hoping that they can regain on what their offensive game plan had looked like. But with time enough to where they won't really have to worry all that much about it, seeing as it is their opponent's pick in general, they will get the defensive to play with to kick it all off, the CT side, and where they had flourished. Will we see more of that, or will we see maybe a change in pace from alternate aTTaX to where Hyped, as I mentioned, can get more into the match as he would have liked to be? We'll have to find out in about 10 minutes time, so don't go anywhere.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Well, I think that Inferno had a lot of discussion to be had about how the defense looked for the two teams, but in the story of the attack, it wasn't quite the same. It looked a little bit flat. It looked a little bit limp, as we need to see them firm up a little bit for this second map of Dust 2. It's going to take a lot more to be able to crack open these bomb sites in a three-way lane affair. It's no longer the one-way linear walk-up to either A or B, and Anthran, we've got a bit of a discrepancy between you and I into who we think is going to be able to take it, so why don't you walk me through your thoughts?
I mean, historically speaking, this alternate attacks team has always been Dust 2 favored, and what has me primarily worried is how that T side looked for TSM. Whilst, yeah, at the end, it looked better, and we saw some revitalization, we still can't really ignore 8-for-1 in rounds. Like, alternate attacks kind of stomped them for a lot of that second half, and I almost imagine now that the slate is wiped clean, it might just be the same thing back at 0-0. It'll matter more now.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid way of thought, but my thought process is that in recent history, in just about 2 to 3 weeks ago, we had seen them clash on a Dust 2 at the Elisa Invitational Fall, and that was a Dust 2 victory with aTTaX still in the roster, but at the bottom of the board with sub-50 ADR to Wersira, I don't think we're going to be able to expect him to fall flat just as he had on Inferno for 2 of 3 maps in a series. I think we're going to be able to see him with a little bit more tenacity than we had come to see from both the CTNT sides. I won't say that there was really much going for him in either way, but with Dust 2 now available to them, with a new way of play in a map that is very differently structured than Inferno in terms of how it's actually laid out, I think we're going to see him a little bit bigger and better than we had spotted before. But with the rest also firing on pretty much all cylinders, Zypha and Nico, the tag team duo, Acor with some impact here and there, and Valde playing a more entry-level pack from a couple of the rounds that we had seen just as well. There's a lot of good to look forward to with them now starting on the defensive just the same. Their opponent's map pick, they get more comfortable. I can already see that Syra has 102 kills in the warm-up right now on the HLTV, which is kind of insane. He's just been trying to get himself back to that form. But we're going to have to hope that is going to be enough, aren't we?
I mean, I don't know what he'd have to do specifically. He didn't look great. I'm going to be completely honest. Again, it wasn't necessarily the fragging prowess, even though there were moments where he did kind of miss shots one way or another. It's more so the decision-making for me, honestly. Sometimes it looked like it was by design. Sure, that was primarily what happened on that offense, but when I'm looking at that CT side, I see a lot of different rounds where even though they, won it round-wise, I see a lot of big mistakes from Syra. A lot of big spots where TSM didn't necessarily have to pull themselves out of if he didn't make a decision that he did, or took a fight that he did, or hold an angle that he did. And a lot of it was untradeable too. That's what has me worried. If you can't put things together on the T side, if you have an emptiness and weakness on the CT side, there is a fundamental way to beat you, and I think alternate attacks have realized that.
I want to see more of the catwalk utilized in this than I have recently, as we were discussing that change as well, you and I. I want to see a little bit more in the way of maybe some gimmicks boosting on the top of the boxes, or maybe even taking a double fight as they control the lower tunnels from a mid push. There's so much more you can do now and offer it up to a team that already looked like that they were pretty much batting down the hatches on their holds, as it were, on Inferno now, with more ways of being able to get up close and personal with your adversaries. Is that the style of play we come to expect from TSM? Frankly, no. It's a lot more reserved and pulled back, with not a whole lot of players who like to go on that hyper-aggressive maneuver, with maybe capabilities from some of the players to be able to do so on the defense, though. It's going to be more reined in, I imagine. And I want to see just how much they shift aCore around the map. The spawn-based map on both CT and T sides, obviously, we've been mentioning as well that I think aCore is also going to have a little bit of a field day going for if he wants to, but same could be said for Hyped, who wasn't having the greatest of times in the previous now, maybe given more support and resources. I want to see that on Ancient just the same, but now as we find ourselves on the second map, where it's alternate attacks who need to break through history and also prove that their map pick is one well-founded, as you've been describing it to be so far, I hope that to be the case for their sake, but also I think for the sake of TSM, who went through a brutal recovery from what had been pushed to an overtime affair at 9-3 the gap. I think that they really would rather just close this one out here and now.
Hey, well, couldn't tell you, but what I can tell you is the map is finally ready, and we get to see what Dust 2 actually has in store. Alternate attacks, I still rate you highly. Don't make me look like a fool. The pistols, they've been back and forth. Actually, no, they haven't. Alternate attacks is 2 for 2, if I'm remembering correctly. This time I remember the stat just in time.
I was going to say, I'm not doing this again.
Who won that first pistol?
I'm not being made a fool. Not twice. Not by the likes of you.
No.
Just kidding.
They're going to be made to look foolish by the likes of Alzak, Zyphon. Trapped, isolated in the underpass. No real supporting cast beyond Catwalk. They didn't also peek, so anyway, they know this is going to be a B-pop. Question now lies in what can you do about it, and get 2 kills seems a pretty astounding answer.
aCore being able to do the same from the catwalk position that you had described as them not peeking all too far out, or far out enough, in time enough to where they haven't even lost the B-bomb site by the point in where they had activated. It was maybe a little bit overkill from aCore hitting the 10 HP player in the face, but very much so a necessity. Is their precision going to be as they take the first of the pistol rounds out of 3 in their favor? And a good start to now what is them being able to rein in probably one of the easiest maps to handle eco rounds on, I will say, unless a B-pop catches you with your pants down. But I don't think alternate attacks are going to be going all too deep into their pockets and investments. As Hype gets a scout, it's just going to be that from Freeze to give them at least a chance in tagging and bagging with no utility to go along with. It's going to have to be him given full faith. I just realized you could realistically buy the scout for yourself, jump down into suicide, take a shot, and get back to spawn in time to sell it.
I actually think I've seen clips of that before. I think you can do it both ways. You have, what, 15 seconds? So...
Oh, CT side, yeah.
Yeah, both. I'm pretty sure you can do it both ways. Like, you jump down as a T, as you said, or you just, like, rightmost spawn, grab, like, an op, shoot it, go back.
I wonder if there's a way that, I mean, this is how I would do it. I think that Valve should do it where once you've given or taken damage, that's not an option anymore.
I actually think that's a really good way to look at it.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking originally, like, if you shoot a bullet, but then what if you misclick?
I think if your teammate hits you for any damage, it should count towards that as well. I think your buy should be, your gun should be unsellable.
I hope you understand, if that ever became a thing, you are never, ever getting away with it around me. Never.
Yeah, I know. That's why we don't play together.
Yeah, okay, big guy.
Okay.
Oh, this one's risky. Straight through that V-smoke and through an MP9. They're lucky Nico only comes with the 1.
Yeah. The pathing of the player who had tucked along the wall of the tunnel and jumped out, it just completely evaded every bullet spammed wildly into. And Perks just is just a meat shield for the player behind him, so. They got a lot of utility to play for the retake, but so too to alternate attacks to stall them and delay, as there's already been a Molotov and a smoke put out in the last couple of seconds with another smoke for Hyped if he so pleases. Once that molly at the window does fade, the flashes have to be perfect from TSM if they want to fight in, but they don't. They peel out, and CT spawn evaded the line of sights of Freeze for not long enough, as one will take a bullet to the side of the head, but this is still a really good save. Nico can drop an AWP, I believe. No, actually, I mean, he could, yeah. He'll only have body armor, and his utility is going to be a little lacking, but it's still an option.
It floats their boat.
It'd be a crazy call to make. I don't know. Let's see.
I think they
He did it!
Force buy.
He did it. He's going to play with no utility.
I don't think this is a bold call either.
Oh, they actually balance
I've
out
seen
the
buys
utility.
work with less. I was gonna say, like, I've seen way shorter util bouts, so getting the op out early could be quite the big deal.
Yeah. Also, the players who already walked away from that round with utility can drop over additional. So.
And they actually.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can. Well, everybody gets one extra piece, so like you can buy. Let's say you bought 2 flashbangs, a molly, and a nade, you can drop a smoke. Or let's say you bought one flash and all the 3 other nades, you can drop 1 flash.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say, I thought the only piece of utility you could technically buy 2 of is a flash.
No, it's just anything you didn't buy, like any of the whatever the 5th nade you wanted to buy was. Whether it be the 2nd flash, the smoke, or the HE. Because you're always buying a molly.
Just 2 different ways.
Yeah. I know what you're saying, I know what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay, wow. Charade over. And they're leaning back to being extremely, honestly, well stacked. All depends on what they do or don't give up in mid. That smoke extinguishes the molly, which almost makes you think they're going to go for some form of a peek with only 43 seconds. I'd almost say to just cut it and go for the gamble. Molly, smokes, flashes all going to B, and they're not going to be here in time. They completely left it alone in the hands of aCore. This off has to do absolutely everything. And 2 kills, it's not enough. The response took so long that no other man is here, but they can't afford to spend time keeping somebody back to worry about this angle. This round is entirely on TSM.
Terrorists win. You say 2 kills isn't enough, but like it should have been enough.
It should have been.
It very well should have been.
It took them so long. They never rotated. You saw them go off of B, start moving back to A through CT, and they had ample time from seeing the first pieces of utility fly over to actually get in and help aCore. But by the time they do, aCore's already dead. If you go back and look back on the minimap that round, you see aCore already with the kill before they even start shifting back from CT spawn. It's unacceptable.
Long is free and easy. 2-2 soon to be. Alternate attacks gained a lead. Offered up. No resistance given. And it looks like maybe just playing for exits at the final stages might be their best in order. As one is it Gandalf? I mean, if Syra just sits here literally all around, he's got a deagle to where 1 shot to the head, and he might be able to get them something to work with moving forwards. Nico to play distraction if Syra wanted to go out wider, but I don't know. I'd rather him just sit here the whole time. He's aware of it? This late?
Hey. I don't think it this. It looks like they will.
Oh my god!
Not because I don't think you even.
Oh my god!
What is going on? You're still trying to. Dude, it's just a deagle. Let it go. Let it go, bro.
I don't think Nico's going to be able to throw the AK back to CT spawn. Nico, throw the AK back! Come on, man! Now it's gone.
They don't. Wait, you're right. What?
Nico could have just picked it up and thrown it towards CT spawn, and it would have blown in their direction. That actually tilts me a little bit. I thought that was the whole point. He had run back at them. He had 11 health. What was he doing otherwise?
No, I entirely. I'm with you. Like you brought up that point. I'm like, wait, you're right.
It was like the only thing he should have been running that way for in the first place.
And it's not even that chaotic either, right? Like you had plenty of time to think about that, make that decision, and react to it.
React to
Hell, even if you, yeah.
split on that
Did
thing.
you see that? Wow. You trying to like
That was
solo
pretty
cast
good,
the rest
right?
of this game,
That was
bro?
pretty good. Split it, get it? Like bomb site split? Like, get it.
You know, they announced that she's doing a meet
DreamHack,
and
I
greet
know.
at DreamHack.
Yeah, I know. She's gonna be a DreamHack.
Might have to go back to Atlantua.
Okay. Dreamhawk.
That's what they said. I stole it straight from them.
That was pretty funny, actually.
Their response was good. I'll give it up.
Okay, good out through mid, though, to find Nico. He's on an island where he can't do much to really bring it back, and it's outside of the window now to where Valde will sit and trying to play a more passive hold towards the bomb site. Retake, not really in their wheelhouse. I think they're just going to go for the save.
I don't blame them. Like, this map is not known for its retakes. And again, this is what I'm talking about, by the way. Whether it was Sierra or not, point is, alternate attacks have realized that they are playing very duel-oriented Counter-Strike. And if you orchestrate your duels better, flashes and such, you know, they're too far away to go for this retake either way. Even if they got that kill, look at where aCore is. Like, that's still 3 on 4. But if you flash well, if you use utility well, and are efficient in your trades, which they have been these past couple of rounds, then TSM just kind of get railroaded.
At least they're keeping them honest. Sure, skills being brought out to where the op can save without much of an issue in that regard, but loss bonus now starting to swell won't really afford them the rifles in full. They're going to have to take yet another one of these little gimmick rounds to try and get aCore room to maneuver and do his best work, because once we hit that 2 to 5 mark, that's where if they want to win out on this map, they're going to need to be a little bit more cohesive, a little bit more in the know as to what they want to do around the map. As to, I mean, Valde having to then recover a situation to where he had lost his mid player. Playing out of the site is the only real opportunity that he has with nobody quick on the snap back to mid side. He's got to do it all. And this round no different to where they lose one in the opening stages, though it's a flip-flop to where Valde will have been the one to have subsided, and Nico who now holds on to responsibilities of the beat.
They're going to go for re-aggression, though. There are 1v2s they can soon take, depending on how far they want to go. Freeze doesn't really have any assisting players in underpass right now. Or underpass. Lower tons.
That's what I call it.
Honestly, not a bad call.
I call it underpass. People are like, what is underpass? And I'm like, I don't know. It's faster than saying lower tons.
That's, you know what? That's actually so true. And I feel like at that point you could just call it under.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's see. You know what? I like that. I'm going to call it under from now on just because of you.
Or you could,
TSM,
I guess lower
though.
is the same, but whatever.
Nah, under. I'm going to die behind this. I hope you understand.
Oh, heck yeah.
Love this angle from aCore, but you've got to deal with the play on Cat. He knows, though. He knows. Oh, they see him, too.
Triangulated.
This could be big. Yep.
Oh, and he knows.
Yep. Saw him go. Flash goes in.
Oh my God.
aCore hits another banger of a shot. And look at this in the meanwhile. Sierra's snuck in through the, through the A-tons for their long house. Actually, I've heard that called A-tons before. I've been listening to
You got to figure out your call-outs, dude.
Hey, I'm going to need that map
Get
again.
your ducks in a row. aCore has been him on this map right now, though, and the op's been given over to Syra to be able to put to just as good use. Maybe it's the op skin itself that proves to be the big luck charm. And all skill, no luck. aCore, though, has been absolutely crushing it at every turn on the bomb site holds. He finds at least his one. On that last round, we had seen him get a triple kill on the save. This round, we see him get yet another multi, the hat trick, to be able to give them exactly what they needed in order to stay competitive in this first half as they take the tactical timeout. It makes sense, Antram, because they need to be able to, again, keep themselves with the strap book in mind keep themselves afloat in the first 5 to 10 seconds of a round to where we don't have them scrambling to reposition around the map.
That's one of the few times where I like that second peek from Zyphon, where he just continues to go after he gets the deeg kill in mid. Because you think the inverse is backs away 4-on-3. Right? Wrong. Because Freeze now is unsuspected. Now gets to lurk up Cat, and instead of having aCore knowledgeable of a potential Cat push, he has no idea. So he's probably swinging out, walking into the AK instead of playing with the distraction he gets from lower tons that also comes because they went for a B crunch knowing where that player was. So, long way to think about it. But you're right, that was quite the revitalizing round from TSM. They can't afford to have B1 done. Shot goes through the smoke, wonder if they back off. Now, they've invested a ton of utility on taking this, so I'm not surprised they get Zyphon and Pit, but what I am a little shocked at is them bringing the op away, leaving it all to one man, and yeah, it's hard to deal with all of that aggression by yourself. Zyphon does well to get his one.
I was gonna say that is better than the alternative. Like him, oh no, him finding his one kill is good, but mid gapped again. Again, mid is left a wide hole in between, and it's just a freebie as Perks taps out that and has nothing in the way of a trade from the CTs to be offered up. As Valde with the second AWP has got to walk his way back towards that direction, leaves the B site vacant, and leaves the A site still under search and seizure where they can't consolidate. TSM again can't puff up their chests enough in the mid.
Also, they had a double op in this round, so the fact that TSM couldn't do that with double ops, like that's almost unforgivable. And I'm I guess okay with the save, but they need to get these ops more involved. These ops need to be taking contact, holding some of these choke points. You see, the issue in this round for me from TSM is that they start the round by taking a terrorist win. Before I break this down, because aCore might lose this op, and now it's double trouble. Anyway, you start by taking long, right? And as a CT, usually you want to have control of one of the two between long or cat. So you take long, that's fine, you set up Zyphon, but then they do nothing else. They don't assist Zyphon for if a take was to come, and you'd think, okay, that's because they're going to try to go somewhere else, maybe fight for cat, maybe fight for mid, but they don't. They stay static. They keep the op all the way back on site, not in law or CT, on site, and it just gets taken away. And that's kind of the story of a lot of these rounds. TSM doing way too much, but then also not doing enough where they need to.
Time and time again, finding themselves a man down. The inability to recover, round number 9, no difference, is where you might have hyped low enough to where they might be able to deal with him. Losing aCore has been the shining light and the beacon of hope in every round of success that you've had so far. Not a great feel as Valde tucks. Plays a little bit of a ratty angle in that B bomb site to where only a lurk smoke is going to be giving them any information or giving them any reason to believe that it might be a play in that way. This is the walkthrough from Syra, ballsy, but well-founded, as he might have actually given them room to work with as he's heard them making their way up cat with pace. It still held the tunnels by Perks to where if Valde gives up his life, it might be finished.
Well, there's Valde giving up, as you said, and the round is finished because of it. Syra, he's just looking for a save. Like, he'll get a kill, he'll catch him out. That's for... Nope, never mind. Ouch, yikes. Kind of back on what we were discussing coming into this map too, right? The lacking individuals, and then we kind of mentioned him from Inferno. That's another one of those missed opportunities, which doesn't necessarily put you back into the round, but it's, you know, a summary of what's happened.
Even then, nothing really even close to convincing from around from the Danes. want to take a look back, actually, really quickly at the last time they had met and see how the rounds had transpired and see if this is a consistency that we could come to expect from Dust 2 or not. As we do look at the detailed stats, we look at Dust 2, and we see that TSM on their CT side were at least able to swipe away a 6-6 half. If history will repeat itself, it was a much better start for TSM in that one, to where they had let 5 rounds go to that point and finished out on their T side, letting 4 slip by to their opponents in a 13-10. But right now, I think if they can't manage that 6-6,
Oh,
they're
God.
gonna have to get cracking. And again, to really no fault of their own, Xiphon will go down. How was it supposed to be located by Hyped? It was just a run, a sprint back and forth where bullets were firing through, but I mean, easy enough then, and that's more of the cap boosting I was talking about, as aCore is going to once again give them some reason to believe.
Look everywhere, though. Right now, this is what I'm talking about. Everywhere you look, isolation, isolation, isolation. TSM aren't doing anything.
Now aCore left to do it
Gotta
all.
go for this.
Yeah, I mean, he has to. The bomb's separated between the two of them right now, though. They've got the site, but what they don't have is the players put
I love
together.
this.
If aCore just walks through,
I almost want him to, right? That feels like it's your only leverage back in this round. You have to get this duel before they get into the site and plant. Elsewise, call it a lost cause. Dust 2 has never been known for its favorable retakes, but this angle is so crazy strong from Perks. aCore at this moment, he's taken far too long.
Arrow's a molly and a smoke too, so.
Yeah, I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but this round's already done.
I mean, if he holds for the cross for that first player, he's got to get a little bit exposed to the smoke, but his teammates got his cover. Where is he looking? Where is aCore looking?
That's a good question. I assume he didn't know they were already on B, but
But he wasn't even looking through the door.
point was, yeah, that's true. You know, maybe he was expecting like a mid flank or something.
I guess,
don't know.
yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's a visual bug.
Gotta be something.
Counter-Strike known for
He was
those.
actually looking at the voices in his head.
Yeah.
I remember Tactile, if you remember him.
I do.
I remember once in a Discord call he says, because somebody asked how he aims or how he has sensitivity like that, and it was crazy good, and he's like, I just shoot at the voices.
Right. That's what I would have did.
Yeah, okay, buddy. What's that ADR?
Mine?
I'm messing with you.
Like all time? Probably like 90,
I'm messing with you. I don't know
100,
what mine is. It's probably bad.
200.
It was always the brains, not the brawn.
Right now, needing a little bit of both RTSM, as they've already been given maybe a better look into a round that they've had in a long enough time to where at the minute mark they've got everybody alive. For how much longer though? Because mid again gapped. Yeah, and Freeze is just gonna walk up. Thank you.
My
3
God.
stacked in this direction, and what will it matter when they're found one after another? The Molotov, not a wall. He'll fight through beyond it. Incendiary, not enough to spread, and it's a crunch, it's a pinch, or it's a pinch, and the captain's going to need to do more than just the one. A second and a third on transition to the window. Now they've gotten an equal 2v2 to play through with their best and heaviest hitter for Dust 2 thus far still up and alive is aCore.
Oh, but not for long. Not for long. Amazing play from Hype, and they literally can have a
Do
free
it.
kill.
Oh.
They just don't know it yet. Hype spins around with the op. I said he didn't have an impact, at least as much as I would have liked on Inferno. That could have been a big change and a saving grace. Same with Sierra. At least get an answer to one of those questions.
Okay.
How much can he do? Enough to win him around from absolutely nowhere. Thank him and Valde.
I can't believe Valde manages to get as many kills as he does. The A4 with the ammo and the gun is really what offers him that much, though.
Can't get that up, I don't think. A little too far away. Oh, you know what? He picked up an HE in the window. He could have gotten that.
All good.
But it would have been really funny to see him try it, throw the gun away, so the op gets blown into him, and then fail to get both
Blows
of them.
himself up. Bad bounce. Dies, no
I
gun.
resonate a little too hard with that.
You blowing yourself up? Trying to save a gun.
In other areas.
Okay.
And then I acted like I don't know nobody.
Nice.
Oh my god. Right there, the difference between a won and lost round.
6-6 might not be an option available to them anymore, but 7-5, next best thing, about as good as you could hope for it to be. Not terrible, but certainly less than ideal. Certainly more to be desired. Syra not yet fully integrated into the team, incorporated into the plan, or at least the players around him. Not quite giving him much room to work. Labored spray, a long one, but the second as he sees him before the flash actually were to pop. He reins that spray in actually quicker than the first and makes this one an easy enough done deal 5v3 for them. In most instances, a team will never flounder such a lead.
Surely not, right? This should be another done and dusted cause. But again, it's so abnormal to see such a hands-off approach to mid. Because at this point, it's not even like TSM are saying, okay, they're abusing mid, let's stop them from doing that by you know, fighting them head-on or throwing utility. The whole game plan is just around not being mid-centric, completely avoiding it. Which, you know, it's had its ups and downs. But I guess if you can close the half off 5-7, there's something there. Well, aCore still has to do that, and he's positioned well with this op. Smoke, good enough for now. Don't really need all that much. Just oh, they just nated themselves. Yeah, okay. This is all wraps, and I love that from aCore. Take one, fall away. You don't need to be a hero. Let him have the plan. Who cares?
I guess, but
oh wow,
Turks' teammate hadn't gotten down sooner and was able to deal some damage of his own. That might have been called a little bit closer. Like to see the speed in which they get back in it through CT spawn, though, wasting no time as they already had somebody up and committed through long. 7-5, not bad. Pistol round here is going to mean a lot for them to give further reason on Dust 2 to expect a resurgence. As little by little it seems that each member is slowly starting to be able to compete with what aCore has put forward for them, but not the unified effort that we would have wanted it to be. Or they either, as alternate attacks look good, I will say. I will speak some truth to their success. Not so just to what TSM were lacking, but assessing the issues, finding mid-control so considerable for them. In many of their successful rounds, it was that piece that had just done them so much good.
It's one of the few pistol rounds I've seen today that doesn't have a map-winning implication on it. Interesting. Didn't think they existed. Now they do. But the kill does not exist for TSM. Instead, the inverse. Maybe even double time. Worried there for a moment. Arrow. Was hoping he'd get that a little more clean so we can be decisive, but still seems like it's on the pace for a decisive win nonetheless. Attack they go into the arms of Height. Couple shots missed, but it shouldn't play all that huge a role. Yeah, it's just playing whack-a-mole on Catwalk against a P250, and it can be deadly sometimes, but not deadly enough to lose a 1-on-4.
That was just insane aggression. Taking so much room while being made known when tunnels were TSM. Some serious autonomy for each of these players to make their decision closely. They watch that bottom side of mid as the first fight takes the attention away from the next. The top mid timing gets them one even further beyond with no answers back. They don't really have the room to be able to go for these kinds of force flies without bomb plants, though, Answer, and that's the issue. And TSM not getting that much. They're going to try and use what these clocks, whatever success they can, is blinded from a flash deeper from the site. It's the FAMAS able to get yet another kill, maybe not given that much space to do so without it. And only a single to fall. Still not yet done. This one will be a big story to be told, a book, a chapter to be turned on Dust 2, perhaps, if TSM can tell it.
And remember, this is where I told you I would expect to see less from TSM and more from Alternate Attacks. That flimsy T side. Unless, again, it changes around here. There was that little hope brought to the end of Inferno. But so far, doesn't look like anything that we wouldn't actually see there. I mean, early round utility, patient, passive play. I'm just waiting for Alternate Attacks to make the first draw or let them go first themselves. As they scale up Cat. I'm not even entirely sure where they want to crunch with this. They've still got Zero. Oh, and he's in the first kill given. Trades needed. Far away. This is also something that happened on Inferno. It was from Alternate Attacks more so than TSM. Kind of falling apart.
Oh man, even the first bullet off by Syra with 2 targets though, unable to choose which of them he'd rather find the frag on. And not exactly a lineup either. Another round, no C4 down. The gap now doubly so. At 10, at double digits secured. Something not quite right for TSM right now. I mean, again, I'll say that it has only been, at least officially, 19 days with Syra on the roster, but even then, this is just crumbling from the inside out. The internal core not really able to do what it was once more than capable of. I mean, the gap between these two teams in terms of the wins being accumulated by TSM, it was wider about a month's time ago. Now that ceiling, as I had mentioned in the pre-show for this best of 3 in general, while it may be higher, their temporary floor, it's hitting an all-time low.
Oh, and Ozak just put some pen to paper. I don't know where all of his bullets went, but 2 kills still alive. Another kill inside of the smoke, and a flawless one thanks to Perks' help. Means it kind of doesn't matter. It's just a clip we look back and laugh at. Another thing that I kind of want to point out is just the lack of presence in kills for TSM. aCore has been doing God's work with the numbers he's put up, but let's say you subtract that Valde round, right, where he gets 2, maybe I think it was 2 or 3 kills on B, and it essentially salvages the round. It's 10-3-7-7 in round 17. It's a stark contrast from what we saw in Inferno, where everybody was bawling out of their minds, except maybe Sierra.
Overtunnels already. aTTaX going to catch one for free. The next in transition trade not going to be given over, afforded not to by the off who's got his high. From the swing at Cat, there's nothing they can do at any point, at any junction.
Valde and aCore aren't really setting themselves up for success here, are they? Everywhere you look, man, it feels like they're pincered in. It's not even like they can attempt a save guaranteed. aCore's going to shift back into T-spawn, but your other players in long, the bomb is being hard held by Freeze, which makes this so uncomfortable because now if aCore goes a little too deep in spawn, they're just going to hunt down that op. So, it's a tough cookie.
And not one of fortune, I'll tell you that much. I mean, with 40 seconds left, aCore would have to snap 2 quick kills really quick, just grab that bomb with Valde, hightailing it up from Catwalk. The world in which they get a bomb plant and a round win has since subsided. It's an impossibility, frankly. And they make that much abundantly clear as they won't even be given room to keep that sniper rifle over into the next. It's money being dumped.
Counter-terrorists win.
Well, Valde's the only one walking away with this, so I don't like it's going to matter all that much whether you save it or not. It's just kind of an AKing around you were going to be forced buying into anyway. Now you're notably missing the AWP. $3,500 about per player does not leave you sitting pretty, and it feels like this one is kind of all wrapped up. 7 chances for alternate attacks, mind you, to get this done with and actually shift into that third map where we didn't really discuss it all that much because originally I kind of held the belief that whichever team would take the first map would kind of just go on to take the second since these teams have such a similar pool and playstyles on them. But couldn't be more wrong. And now it feels like Ancient is the discussion piece more so than anything. Only thing that stops them is this one long exit that TSM bring out to boot. No more utility after the initial horde comes in, not even any flashes to help their cause. It is just a shooting gallery for the off and supporting rifles. It seems like this one, yeah, it's capiche. One behind the car, one on site, another rotation came in. We're slowing it down, but at what cost? Plus the smokes get fade. They can have even prettier sight lines. Not too sure what the idea is, but they've earned back 2 kills and a fighting chance.
Hype has been the one that's been spoiling it and stopping them from getting up, though, as it's been the op drop since then. Freeze picks it back up and lives good to his name, but long on the spray. It's Siphon who doesn't take a bullet for his troubles. He's gotten them a multi-frag as well. He's going to look to be the determining factor. With aCore tucked at the car for the back lines, turns in, made known is the final, and they managed to claw that one back. You said it was kaput, not quite. TSM, they've got a little bit more to work with, but it's a long road. I've seen it happen before, though. I've seen it happen.
I've seen this one before. Shout out Back to the Future. That movie is actually kind of mid.
Okay.
Ooh. Shot on perks. Kind of sucks for TSM that they figured out maybe where one of their advantages lied this late on in the map. They're fighting long because of how well it went in previous affairs, but even if this is some huge gap to exploit, it's kind of too late in the game, and they've still got 2 players here. You can tell they want that trade. Everybody's still grouped up, awaiting the next flash, but they don't have any more.
Smoke down not only at the car, but for the cross. Flash off the wall, Freeze. I mean, he'd taken their vision away to where the flashbang won't really come to matter all that much. They dump their utility. They'll ensure that TSM stick by and also can't scale quick. That's one thing to go along with, but will they blow the smoke? It looks like Freeze just might. No, instead sends it on the deeper end of it. Cap left. More than enough for Hype, as he's made those work time and time again before. Another smoke only just now put up. Following their shortcomings, Hype knows there was one atop the car. It was aCore a few seconds back. Hype just runs it back. He wants more than just a hold. He wants more than just a wide post, and he'll be able to deal enough damage in that round for his teammates to help finish the job, as it looks like they will be able to carry us over into Ancient after all.
Took him that long, but hey, it worked. So they go away with Dust 2, again, as predicted by me. Hate to toot my own horn. And it seemed like the issues of late Inferno were still kind of there for TSM. That's alarming, because now when you shift into Ancient, where those issues can be embodied in a bigger way, those holes can be abused even harder. I don't have a high expectation, so my only hope is that something changes for TSM and we get a competitive close to a good series, but that will only be determined once we return from this break.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
And one more to go as we find ourselves locked and loaded for Ancient. This has gone a whirlwind of ways. It starts with TSM looking hot, but then all of a sudden in that second half of Inferno, they kind of fell off a cliff. And honestly, even though they won that map, I'd argue they haven't really been back since.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we've seen them at their best, and I think that we talk about Dust 2 after that, and it was just more of the same level of, I don't know if the word would be separation, but they just didn't really ever seem like there was multiple players all at the same time being able to make effective openings into bomb sites on the T side of Inferno. Same could be said for the T side of Dust 2, and then even then on the CT side, they were losing opening picks to the AWP pipe down mid, to the walkthrough of the doors by like Freeze and Perks on multiple occasions as well. It's pretty crazy to me to think that how many times that they were gapped at mid on their CT side, on their defense, and lost rounds outright because of whether it be a tap over to the player at the A site, a walk up to the B doors undetected, or a pick onto Nico. It never seemed to be rectified, and it didn't have the time to be rectified following how far they had went without money.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. It felt a lot of the game like, well, separation isn't necessarily the word I'd have it. It was just people playing their own game at separate sites. Like, those two sites were two different maps, to put it in a blunt way. TSM never had a call and response in order, it felt like, to one thing going wrong or to one site being hit. And obviously, rotations on Dust 2, they need to be very, very well oriented, and it just never was, because as you said, they didn't have the time. By the time they were looking to retake or trying to rectify issues in mid, it was already a round done situation. So again, looking at Ancient with that in mind, I only feel like that issue is going to be embodied and taken further if they can't get it together. TSM's T-side's been lackluster all day. T-side of Inferno wasn't great. T-side of Dust 2 wasn't great. That's got to change here because they're running out of gas.
Yeah, and let's talk about the fact that they actually won the knife round, got their choice of sides, and opt to go for the faster and swifter pace towards the B site with the attack already around it long as Nico, and separating the defenses, keeps hyped on alert, but not alert enough to where he can spam out a pair of heads in lineup or not. Valde and Acor keeping things clean to where they might not get the bomb plant. And that might actually make alternate attacks interested in a force buy here, but it would mean a lot.
What it means is something for TSM and T-sides that have started slow, that have taken forever to develop. Pistols were a lost cause in every single endeavor, so. Oh, maybe not Dust 2. I think Dust 2 was close, I will admit. But point is, it's a good start on a T side for a TSM, which I did not entirely expect, but they seem very understanding of what's going on. They know that aTTaX is open and you've already got somebody keeping tabs. They know there can be a B ramp walk and they've already got Zypin dealing 2 kills.
Holy crud. That was very nice from Zypin in what could have been a scary scenario where information being gained would have made a world of difference, with Freeze already having been the late spoiler at A main, who might have been able to get even further beyond that if Zypin wasn't a factor. Would have and could have at least been a 3 versus 3, or maybe even by this stage a 3 versus 4, favoring the alternate attack squad, but not quite. Siphon reins it in as he's at least been, you know, a consistent enough factor across this series, I'll say. He wasn't bad on Dust 2. He was, you know, about as even with the rest of the team as he could have been outside of aCore, who was finding his success. But on Inferno, he was blowing them out of the water. I'd say for the series in general, he's probably still who I would consider to be my MVP. Even though we don't do that in the group stage, I'd still call him that much. aCore giving it a good run for its money, though. And for the side of alternate attacks, honestly, I'd probably, interestingly enough, say it's Perks. If they had won Inferno, I'd probably have said Freeze. But I think both the fact that Perks was one of the heavier hitters over on that map, and then in Dust 2 also putting up his best work, they're in the running for it, and how this map ends up will probably determine who I look towards in that way, at least. How you go from dropping a 30 in one map and then into the next, slightly taking a backseat, I don't know. But it's not like they lost, and Dust 2 looked really good.
I'm confused. Who are we talking about?
Freeze.
When you said 30 in a map. Freeze said 30 map 1?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay. Wow, I did not realize that. When you said 30 in a map, and then you were going in like a negative direction with it, I thought you were going to talk about Nico. I don't think he had 30. That's why I was so confused.
Oh my god, he ended with 3? Oh my.
You talking about Dust 2? Yeah.
Nico had
yeah,
3 kills on Dust 2.
It was bad. Yup.
Well, that's okay.
Just for reference, I had 4 kills versus Party Astronauts.
Okay. I once had 80 ADR against some version of Evil Geniuses on Train.
Oh, I missed Train. Why'd you have to say it,
Okay,
dude?
my bad. This was back in, I think, 2018. It was in an open qualifier, and I think I had like 12 kills, 80 ADR, and I was like, yeah, I'm replacing Breeze because I'm better than him on the scoreboard.
I always love seeing games like that where people do what you did, and then they will actually start typing like, Yoa, when am I replacing you? And then they'll at the person on the other team who has less kills than them.
I would have done that if I were like 16.
I mean, yeah.
I was old enough to where I realized I would have been a jerk.
Yeah, that's not cool. I wouldn't do that. That's not me. I haven't done it because I haven't been in the situation, but I've seen it firsthand.
Right, because you're terrible.
That was what I was alluding to.
Because you're awful.
That's what I was getting at.
Because you're worse at the game than probably my grandma.
I am sorry.
This is a site with 3 bodies up and mid that's got 5 walking through red. What in God's name? I've never even seen this once in my life.
Dude. I don't even know how to describe this. Like, how do you call this? And how do you get everybody to just hard focus on CT spawn? That's so weird. I mean, like, they didn't even realize Hype Scout was here. He fired off 2 shots and then got killed before they realized it was here, bro.
We're getting silly. We're getting silly. TSM.
Get silly.
Making some of the most interesting calls Counter-Strike has to offer. Once you smoke off Donut, or at least get Donut control, and then usually you'll either leave a player there or go for an A-side split or try and gear up for a B split with somebody in red. But no, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, 5 in through that direction. And a jump scare to the USP of Arrow, who is just the lone holder for the cross in towards their CT spawn where they'd buy guns. He gets a lot more than that.
Oh, Hype, set up well. Flashes can only do so much. I can say the same both ways. Perks, different story. 3 kills for the man who is very absent on the first map. And now leaving it to a trusty Dusty aCore who you hyped up. Talking about 8 kills and 0 deaths. Well, keep that record up. Let's get this well. Yeesh, dude. Oh, my lord. How much utility is in that tile? And he's not even done yet. Another person inside. Oh, man. I really thought he was just going to hard clear that corner. But no. Alternate attacks finally end the streak.
That's the second best round to have won out, this one being the first best. They want this now. Above all else, the shutdown. Denial of a walk up in through this T side, easy and free, as money becomes an issue. Not one of major detriment, but certainly something they're going to have to keep their eyes on. The spread out through mid in kind with Zyphon once more left to his own devices behind the B ramp. He's just awaiting the smoke to fade to gain vision in with players on either side, though. How soon and how late does he activate?
I don't know, but I kind of like him just chilling for now. I think the biggest emphasis is on Freeze currently. Because if he can't fend off CT spawn, that's kind of chalked. I mean, splitting the bill, we already saw how good TSM can be at that. Thinking all the way back to Inferno, it's one of the last key rounds they got. But now it's just a lot of time being killed and not a lot of utility they've got left. Enough to exit the site for a couple seconds, and there goes the brunt of it. They get the trade, but it comes at a very, very hefty cost.
Seconds, need to make a move. Eco now looking like to be his old self over from Inferno. Dumpster's hyped, even on the op. So much better and so much more as they flushed out the defender, the final, but it's the separation of Arrow and his final compatriot in Freeze that trying to run in to stop the bomb planter takes matters into his own hands and unfortunately falls flat for it to where through Donut, Arrow might have the help. He might have a smoke and a kit, but he needs to find the kills. That one, as good as it'll be, he'll need just that little bit more confidence to be able to locate Syra. Around the smoke and over towards Brokey. The tap turned full stick. It's Syra to give away position and to not have enough ammo in his gun. It's over.
Oh my lord.
Couldn't reload. Couldn't make a sound.
I almost imagine that he had no stress because he shot through the smoke, didn't even hear one of the bullets land. Like, oh my. Well, I don't even know if that's like a win for TSM because they got 4 kills in a bomb plant. Like, whatever it may be, it's a very hard round to dust off. And again, you talk about youngsters. It's just something Seer's gonna have to live with.
Bomb plant at least affording them a way to be competitive in round number 6. Their lead not yet having dwindled. It's Hyped who misses his first. Like the second time around, though, he can adjust up high. There were 3 people in his line, so one of them were bound to have donned. Oh, but Acor, really nice elevation. The lip of the box, giving him opportunity enough in time to where his head being the only thing spotted. It's a snap towards Donut, but the second unaware up to him.
Too many fights, man. Too many taken. Alternate attacks. A little messy about how they went for re-aggressions. I liked that trade attempt in mid, but then elsewhere you'd look, you'd see somebody walk back in 1v1. It's a lot of trying to out-aim your opponent, and it's a very difficult team to, again, out-aim. Nico already double his kills of Dust 2s, looking solid behind Acor. Had to make sure I threw a backhanded compliment in there.
Okay. Fair enough.
Terrorists win.
Perks gonna be able to go over into this round and be the focal point of whatever they do attempt to orchestrate, as their loss bonus now hits 2. I mean, could go for a force with 2 full A4s, or rather A1/A4. It looks like they just might. It's Perks who does not drop over a weapon, maybe budgeting for the op later on. I guess that's fine, but also I don't quite get why. I don't know.
You don't have to, Tony. You just gotta watch and learn. buddy. See? Bam. Already. Map control. Now what? Lose the gun? Yeah. Oh, never mind. Oh, okay. Alright, Perks. That had me in the first half. Not gonna lie. Why did he... Okay, I see. I was very confused with my previous USB. Where you go with this, TSM? You don't really have space anywhere on the board. And those smokes are very well placed from alternate attacks as the rest of the team starts to unwind what's going on. You have to make a move now. You can't wait this out and let them come in on the flank.
This gets them room to plant now to where aCore, he'll be the first to fall.
Oh, God.
He turns around, but not quickly enough, and they need to take a duel somewhere and find success with it. Valdez just caught between too many positions, and yeah. So too will be Zyph, and they managed to make that one happen, and by virtue of Perks on the A1S making it happen. The rest, given all that space to work with, seeing his pressure, they want to put on a little bit of their own. They press their thumbs down on the throats. 4 alive is just so big.
I mean, I was going to quickly say an eco round, but not really. They did fully invest. But... only gun. Only one gun, and they had that. Just kind of exactly what you're looking for if you're alternate attacks in a round like that. But I'd almost say TSM kind of slipped up a little bit with the opening kills, or at least allowed in the way that they were. No trade potential in mid, and Perks just went off. That's not going to happen every round, but they need to build off of that. Good util over into A, maybe try to fake out presence, pull rotations. They did get 2, hook, line, and sinker, but eventually this is going to fade away, and they need to move into B before that code. That
It's just aCore stuck in this corner now. Has to peel out. He wanted to play maybe an unexpected position for if anybody to... oh my god. Wasn't that bug fixed? It literally just instantly detonated on him.
Oh, well, you know, it's Valve at the end of the day, so are we...
Threw an HE grenade at him, it landed, it connected with his player model, and then instantly detonated as opposed to bouncing.
Maybe
Cool.
It was just, like, very perfect timing. Because that nade did come in from what? Like, near CT?
Could have.
So there is a world where it was perfect.
I hope
doubt it.
I hope and pray for Valve's sake. Because that's the last thing they need, is to be found that it wasn't fixed.
Hey, come on, did you see the update they were... This aCore, are they going to line up one? They might. Shadow Seed, that's what you needed out of aCore. If you wanted to take this round, it was off a play like that happening. Now Nico, I know harped on him earlier. Now would be quite a big time to shut me up. And he doesn't do it. When you're against Perks, it's no easy feat.
Fusel in, no sweat. Alternate attacks. Very soon back into this game. Kind of insane. Think now that TSM, who actually looked like they had a pretty good T side about them with some, you know, unique calls. They have some inspiration behind it. It's the consistency of the defaults being spread that are maybe a little bit worrying. Next gun round, though, follow. And this one, they're going to look to find some of the same success on the lesser weaponry that alternate attacks had, although with no body armor and no hero rifle to go along with. Gonna have to be the hero deagles. Not quite yet. Flashes for bottom banana are good enough. Keeps them blind enough for the first frag. The second.
I don't know what aCore's looking for, bro.
Yeah.
He's like dancing to that smoke for a second. I'm like, what are you turning from? It's chalked. Big time chalked. But again, it's this collapse from TSM that's just alarming. Right? This game starts so good for TSM, and even in a lot of the rounds that they don't, like, look bad in, but are close, it still ends up always being alternate attacks favored. Even with A-Core on 14-6. Like, that's a crazy stat line.
Sure is.
Well, he at least got that. Freeze stuck in the corner, and mid gets caught by Zyton. Maybe double time. Nico looking inside of that smoke. Trades labored, but guaranteed after the headshot connects. And they hesitate. Feels like alternate attacks are eager to make moves everywhere, and it's so far working. Isolations everywhere the eye can see for TSM.
Up ready for somebody to maybe phase through that smoke. Ready enough, but now we're regrouping over towards the A site instead. He can still hold the gap between the sites. There's nowhere for them to go elsewhere if they wanted to. Sneak their way in through red.
This is alarming with how long they're taking. Eventually, you're going to come in from CT, but right, let me paint you a picture. Arrow gets 2 because they don't have any utility coming out A. Well, they have a flash, but I doubt that's going to do much. Then you get this kill in CT, and it doesn't matter because you have 10 seconds to get the bomb down, and you're too far away. That's the picture I'm going to paint, and that's the picture I'm going to stay with, because when you leave yourself this little time, it's just not enough to navigate. Oh, dude, he's lucky. I thought Hype was going to wait till after time and get that kill. In fact, he still might. I think he heard Valde in CT. They know he's in Temple, and you're still committing to fights, Valde. That's a big mistake.
Man, one after another coming out from these guys. Feels that just can't get it moving. They can't get it to look what's the word? Not recreatable. Replicable, that's the word. Can't really find these rounds that TSM have won and be able to say, yeah, they could do that again. They can make that call. They could make a variation play. They can alter it ever so slightly. No, not quite. It's in every turn where they find these rounds. It's by virtue of maybe somebody finding a multi, a timing, a little bit of a gimmick that you can only really use one time a game in the first place, but now soon to meet at ahead. Topside shell, freeze. He's got a smoke to play on the other side of with just pistols to go along with the support utility through. Siphon's got ahead. Eagle's looking good, but so too is the ammo. Left into the weapon of the fully automatic rifle to make this one a queen. A queen click? Dude, my mouth is absolutely...
I was waiting. I was going to let you cook. I'm like...
Clean quick. Pair of kills. All 5 split between Ozzik and Freeze.
Queen of Hearts.
Queen click. Queen quick. Queen click.
Somebody better have used Queen of Hearts in the Impact League. I'm just going to say it. That is such a bar. As in, like, you know, collecting hearts. Like,
right,
kills.
Yes.
Y'all's job for you. God's work. Anyway. Mid, very contentious. It's always been and always will be, it seems. Alternate attacks and TSM both kind of want this space, but they also kind of want to kill off a double nade, which pulls Hyped back. Where do you look? Donut or mid? There's a big threat. Sorry, CT, but there's a big threat looming of this split, of this, you know, threatening push. And I think they're going to send Siri in just to see what's up. That kills a freebie. How much resource do you want to dedicate to trading? Not enough, apparently, as everywhere you look, it goes wrong. Alternate attacks on the arrow to speak of in the 1-on-3, and not for long. He'll soon join his teammates in the afterlife. Down by 2 rounds, though. TSM still have more work to do.
This is mountain being made out of a molehill, but even still, TSM down but not out. They have not yet tapped. Alternate attacks trying to find them and force them into submission now. History is to continue in continuity. It's the pistol rounds that have meant the most for the Germans. Actually, I say that. I think they won both pistols on Inferno and lost the game. And then on Dust 2, they lose the pistol and then win out 13-6. So maybe the pistols actually don't matter at all in this video game. Maybe they're useless.
Maybe the real pistol was the friends we made along the way. When are we getting a Counter-Strike movie with Jack Black?
Okay, alternate aTTaX making no friends in this round. They want names. And oh, I thought Hyped was almost going to shoot his teammate for a second there as he slipped out through the shelf. But Valde and Hyped exchanging headshots. Both of them coming out pretty weak. It's Zyphon who's caught between cave not yet cleared. Bottom side ramp to be re-engaged upon. Zyphon can only find his one. An unsuspecting shelf walk back. Yeah, it's a big one to find, but even still, Valde needs Nico right now.
Fine time. Did well, but still this two-man crossfire has been completely uprooted, so health be damned when you're staring down 3 separate players at 3 separate angles. They all assumingly would hold the line, but instead they're failing to coordinate a double peek. Oh my lord, they made that closer than it needed to be, but alternate aTTaX still dangle that lead over their heads for the entirety of the round and manifest another pistol.
Pistol rounds, not exactly the TSM forte, but in this one, they've got pistols and only pistols, and that's going to have to be their only solace that they can rely on is the fact that they've got numbers at this A site and where they're being held to slow clear through A main, but one with numbers and one where they should be able to handle whatever is thrown their way. A spray, close range proximity, still good enough. And they'll go down without a fight. Only these dinks, it's not going to mean a round victory. And another set of kills, all 5 between these players, yet again and again and again. It's the flawless victories that are just so telling as of late.
And when's the last time we saw TSM get one of those?
I don't think. Maybe like round 3, 2 or 3 of Inferno.
Yeah. It's been some time. Or, as one famous band would say, it's been 1 week, blank, blank, blank. And yeah, I don't like this either from TSM. They open the round, look at what they throw. Smoke and 3 mollies with flashes over in mid. That is just so much to invest in your first rifle when you're down 4 and maybe soon facing the brink of match point.
This is them being able to only play so close into the site with Molotovs in front and behind them right now, TSM, but they make do. And then some. I mean, the B site may be open for the plant, but it's still them coming from all different prongs, from front to back line. It's the walk-through long from the low HP from Perk, so that might actually give them what they need. It's the ramp that Hype needs to be careful of, though, but just the second that he turns, it's over and done with, and Perk's now left to clutch it up with a nade to blow the smoke, perhaps, or at least lob onto default. But Saru's low enough to where it could soften him, or maybe even kill, not quite, just off the money. But now around the bend, long, a nice angle for him to play from, with only a shot to the shoulder. Syra still healthy enough.
Still close, but finally TSM on the board. I'm a little surprised that utility usage doesn't come back to haunt them again. I am not a fan of how much they just expended.
What do you do when your back's up or against the wall in the site? Well, you got to fight off it. TSM, they fend off the hit once. Many more a time required, though, to make me a believer. Although Although they have to be at least believing in themselves now, knowing that they've got rifles to go along with. But aCore playing with only a USP, I guess that's by design, maybe? I don't know if that's wise.
They're still going into this. This time they want to beat the utility, and it kind of works. But so deadly a strat, they had to put their own teammates down. Sight's still theirs and is fully compromised. And it looks like, honestly, this is just delaying the inevitable strategic loss they took in the previous round, as if TSM go for this and lose all their weapons, it's worse off than they just lost the last round. So they're obviously going to attempt this, but that smoke is kind of a big deal. They've got a kit too, and another kill on Hype won't hurt. Another man in Donut, they're still looking for 1v1s. Everywhere you look at feels, it's just going the way of aTTaX. And now, a game of delaying. Flashes go out. In fact, 3 of them. Zyphin can't get one vision whatsoever, seen at the very last second. So the round concludes in aTTaX's favor. The Germans riding high with 10 rounds.
Up now for Hyped, to where aCore, having tried to budget for it, as mentioned, is not going to be given even close to that. I, again, don't really know what the idea was. They're that far down by 3 rounds where there's not really much time for you to try and play a mind game of such great proportion, but nevertheless, speedy uptake up towards the B site where 4 reside. It hasn't been a problem for aTTaX before to walk through their unequipped numbers. They do pause for a second before the re-execution and the refight. Just trying to maybe get somebody to walk into them, I guess. But that's everything that they had pretty much now sent back. And scale up through cave, here it is.
Nobody holding aCore's back isn't going to do him any favors. That site is completely compromised with 1 kill. Still a boost established as they maybe hope to get a kill in desperation, but only smoke spam that's coming through is that of aTTaX. And, I mean, I don't entirely get why they're backing away, but it also doesn't make much of a difference. Still 11-6. Now how long do we play this charade?
Yeah, I mean,
Oh!
Belief wearing thin is even a Deagle can be whipped down by Perks at range to find his 3rd in the round overall with minimal damage sustained. He can walk through into 11 to where now the guns may be here. There's no sniper rifle. Once again, aCore having been so very proficient with it over on Dust 2, as it would have been a determining factor with other players being in the same level. Not quite. That not happening. With this being not the TSM we'd come to expect. It is, albeit, Anthran, the opening stages even still of CCT 14. This is the Swiss round of 2, where both teams are 1-0 up. So they've got more than enough room to play with for the remainder. They're not going to be facing elimination point in their next game. So.
But the only issue in my eyes is, as of late, these stages or these CCT events have been like crazy stacked with like crazy teams. Like I'm looking at 1-1 that currently houses Drillas and Monte and GUN5 and aTTaX. Like, dude. And if you thought 2-0 was any easier, Passion UA and Spirit Academy would like to have it work. So, this is just a crazy, crazy Swiss stage, as they've been as of recent. Again,
yeah, they've been really good.
Recent iterations have been like this.
Very enjoyable. Enjoying the limelight of being able to play away with a man advantage for very little amounts of time. Is in mid, burnt and flushed out into the open as the player in the cubby, dealing as much as he could before he had to tuck and roll. No one to bail him out of that one. What a read from Hyped if he actually just gets a freebie right now from the walkthrough. It's honestly a fine idea, I think, coming through from Valde, but just the pressure being put on his shoulders to make a maneuver.
And again, you just slow it down. TSM, they've had this crazy amount of late round contact plays, and I actually can't think of the last time it worked for them.
Birds are chirping, but it is not a nice day for the Danes.
It's like one of those relaxing videos you watch after you take a brutal 12-6 loss, 13-6 loss rather, in a game of Counter-Strike.
I don't do that.
Well, I can name one team that's good up.
Ooh.
Me. Mine.
One team that's gonna me.
I mean, honestly, what more could you ask for on a team?
And throw in a one-man army.
Just 5 me's.
I would... Can't say that.
He was gonna say he would rave and be a fan and go to every event we attended. And tweet about us on social media. Make fan art.
Yeah.
Buy
I don't need to make
jerseys.
fan art of you.
Huh?
Huh? 11,
What?
turn 12. Nothing to worry about right now for alternate attacks as they've distanced themselves considerably to the stage where it'll take yet another monumental effort that we had already made the story of over on Dust 2 to be near impossible. Probably even more so now.
At this point, I almost feel like it's mentally already checked out. Hell, I am.
I was gonna say,
Yes.
yeah, I was literally about to say I am.
Like, it's very hard to picture a world that this gets taken back. Right? It's just the issues that have been on TSM's side the whole series have persisted to stay there. There hasn't been much of change. Zach catches the walk through the smoke, just not for a kill. And maybe the issues can be put on the back burner for just a second as they fish for a trade. Still looking for it. 3 chances, not enough.
Arrow having sound cues. Arrow having full HP. Not yet having the bomb. Being given an honest, real shout to maybe being able to find some freebie picks. Quite go in his favor, though. The top of his dome spotted as a sliver. One that's all that they'll need. 1. 5 to go.
Brisk gust of wind in the right direction puts alternate attacks as the next, or rather last 2-0 for Maleficent.
What did you just say at the end there?
Maleficent.
Never heard that word.
You know what it is. So, ooh. You know, where was this like 4 rounds ago? When it would have changed my mind on the outcome of this series.
Nowhere to be seen. Now, I mean, Arrow having done his job and getting one opener back in, it's Hyped who needs to do his part. Give Arrow more room to work with even further beyond that. And Valde, are we biting off more than we can chew right now?
Might be. I think 2 people are going to be heard walking back. And Arrow... Oh, you even saw that. Arrow was going to go for that kill momentarily, but then he heard a second player and said, probably not the play.
B1 Max. That's what he's called over to Hyped, I can only assume. And that will very well change in the time that it's taken for them to rotate down and out through mid. That 10 seconds or so that's been given, allotted for them to make the move, for them to make the switch, is given a much more bolstered B site. But not one uncrackable, because they've got mollies and smokes to go along and across one after another. There goes long, goodbye short, spam through smoke, far effective in damage, but out and wide in the middle. The open, the first for Hype, not that difficult, but the second a little bit more so. As he's just going to try and give himself some space to play from. His arrow still sticks to the pillar, spams in either direction. Dude, Valde is... Okay, Valde's gotten 3 kills through smoke this round. I don't even think he knew he killed.
It's weird to think that if Hyped got that second kill, they might just win the game.
Yeah. Pretty normal.
Unlike me.
Yep.
Even that bomb plane isn't going to get them in a buy here. So, TSM, you at least got 9. You got that going for yourselves. I've liked the way they've dealt with mid in these past few rounds, too. I mean, we saw it in the first half. Both of these teams constantly battling for it. Whether it's late round, whether it's early round, whether it's mid round, there was always emphasis and pressure put on mid. So TSM know where their strengths lie and take mid with them.
There goes Ozek. There goes the B sprint, and the one where they can't quite get what they wanted, but a Tech 9 with its enough penetration through the wall to the head, to the skull of Zyphon. You're not going to see a kill like that every day. Probably, maybe even never again.
This should still easily be TSM's round. Nope. As soon as this smoke clears, there's just way, way too much to deal with. And you can tell, he knew they wanted to trade. He was ready for that pre-fire. He at least got a gun, so W there. They really gonna try walking through that smoke. That's bold. Okay. Molly misses. They still stay around for a little bit longer. Are they just gonna play the game of spamming the wall? I guess so. It's the only opportunity they realistically have. Is the pistols get wiped out. No, he did not, unfortunately for him. And it goes both ways. There is no ammo whatsoever.
I've had like 4 bullets in the M4 and 4 bullets in a Tech 9. It's a moment in TeamSpeak where somebody's got to just be like, 4?
I feel like I've never picked up a gun and not had somebody tell me it's not loaded. Even if I know it's loaded. Even if it has like 28 bullets. Somebody will literally be like, 28 bullets.
Yeah.
Again, a lot of utility, and at this point, alternate attacks are catching on. They said, you know what, we'll just wait it out. Again, count around the board. 2 smokes, 3 mollies, 2 HEs, all thrown in the first couple seconds of the round, and these are pivotal. So to be doing that without a big call and response for it, I mean, that's just, I'm not going to say careless, but it's not cautious whatsoever, and it's left them here. This is what they were alluding to earlier on in the half, where as soon as you threw that, they were waiting. They decided to pop in as soon as the mollies fade and say, this game is over. A-Core, what have you got?
This one leaving A-Core to a moment where nade after nade goes soaring. They're out of those now, but what they're not out of is firepower and weaponry trained from all positions. It's an activation swing from long to finish the job and finish the series at 2-1. Alternate attacks well and truly deserving of the win here in the best of 3 to move on to the 2-0 bracket up and onwards in the Swiss stage.
I mean, hell, there was an argument to have them 2-0 in this series, let alone 2-1. We saw that resurgence on Inferno. We saw them look good with maybe a couple too many mistakes in that first half worth mentioning. So, yeah. Kind of goes the way that you would expect. From that point forward, though, not double digits given. And we came into this series with the understanding that TSM have 2 series wins on alternate attacks as of this day. However, now that changes as finally aTTaX have gotten one of their own. And maybe it's the missing player in aTTaX that's caused so much a ruckus for them. But God, who knows? It's honestly a very shaky result for TSM considering their recent history. And we thought they were looking comfortable, too.
Yeah, it's still early days. I'm not going to read too much into it. The bottom line is it didn't really look all that good all the way across the board, but it's not the end of the world for them. It's not like their team's imploded and needs to restructure from the ground up. There is a brutal sun beaming on me right now, so sorry about that. I literally can't see a thing. But even still, I think that being able to see the future and being able to see a way ahead for the Danes is going to be their next steps and stages into both keeping Syra comfortable in the team, making the team, believe in the roster change that they had made, and also believe in the project continuing to move forwards as it is. I think all their pieces are definitely there. It's just a matter of realization of potential.
Well, unfortunately, I don't know how much of that potential is going to shine through after a quite unfortunate loss like that. But it's back to the drawing board and hopefully a better future. However, for now, that's all we've got for today, as that was our last series. So tomorrow, I believe we've got 1-1s and 0-2s. So it'll be interesting to see who goes on and who goes home when we come back tomorrow morning. Hopefully, we'll see you there.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.